All right, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. It is 2:07 p.m. and I'd like to call to order this Washoe County School District Board of Trustees regular meeting on August 13th, 2024. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do roll call?
Yes, Madam President. Vice President Mayberry. I'm here. Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I am here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
And I believe Trustee Church is absent today, and our new student representative, Annie. Madam President, we got a quorum.
Thank you, and welcome to Annie Batavia, our new student trustee representing all of our student voice participants. She's a senior at McQueen High School. And more on Annie in the future, and then as she's willing to share. All right, everyone, that closes item 1.02 and brings us now to item 1.03. So this person who will be leading us in the pledge in a moment is our new deputy superintendent, which is a role that we're very excited to have with us. She is a lifelong resident of Washoe County, and she's been an educator in our district for over 25 years. She began as a teacher at Pine Middle School and then moved up to being an assistant principal, a dean, and a principal at Westergaard Elementary School, Trainer Middle School, and AACT High School before becoming an area superintendent, also now known as associate chief. She loves spending time at Lake Almanor. She cares so much about this community. She's a very optimistic person, and she absolutely represents the bright light of leadership here in the Washoe County School District. So it is a great honor to welcome, recognize, and celebrate our new Deputy Superintendent, Tiffany McMaster. Thank you so much. And I'd also like to just share a small story about Deputy Superintendent McMaster. It was recently the very first day of school, and one of the spotlight schools was Trainer Middle School. And you may have just heard in the overview that Deputy Superintendent McMaster was the principal at Trainer Middle School. Well, we were welcoming one of our new principals there that day, Lucy Dugan. And you should know, full circle, that Lucy was a middle school student of Deputy Superintendent McMaster, and she is now the principal of that same school. I share that story as a way to close out and to honor Deputy Superintendent McMaster, and to also show the value of growing our own and the depth that you have provided to our district to this point. So thank you so much. All right, that closes item 1.03 and brings us now to 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life. And some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Newmoo, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. So that closes item 1.04 and section 2 in its entirety and brings us now to section 2, our consent agenda items. And today we have items 2.02 to 2.17. I am not aware of any trustee looking to pull any items, nor do I see any lights on at the moment. So JJ, do we have any public comment for items 2.02 to 2.17?
Valerie Fianaka for items 2.08 and 2.15.
Thank you very much and welcome, Ms. Fianaka.
Thank you. It's been a long time. On 2.08, I feel like this room is wholly inadequate many times to meet the needs of the public, but I'm sure that is the intent, as is the timing of this meeting. I was not present, but watched Pastor Amanchukwu's podcast where he featured what went on at that meeting, and he did not paint a pretty picture. I'm hoping you all go online and watch yourselves, and it wasn't great. I've been coming here for years when at times we had to place speakers out on the front lawn so that the public could hear what was going on in this room, because even the overflow didn't handle the capacity, and many of you were here for that. So you can't say you don't know what didn't happen in the past. I would beseech you to reconsider the decision or perhaps find a permanent alternate location and time for this meeting. It might encourage more parents to come and tell you what they're thinking. On 2.15, as I've said before, this is your responsibility and gives you plausible deniability if you pass it off to employees of the district. All you're necessary for anymore is a rubber stamp on spending, and I mean that sincerely. If you pass off the responsibility of writing policy for this district, all it does is give you plausible deniability. And that's bad. Well, I didn't write that policy, and that's bad. We're in times where that's bad. You all need to take responsibility for those rules and regulations that are written and those policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fianaka. I do want to clarify for the record that only a majority vote of the board can actually pass any policies.
That's all I have.
All right. Well, thank you so much. So I'll bring it back to this body. Seeing no lights on, I'll be looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 to 2.17.
Thank you, Madam President. Alice Woolley for the record. I move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.17.
I'll second that.
All right. I do see a light on.
Yeah, I just want to kind of comment. So it's not abnormal because I know meeting law enforcement and other agencies actually do resource out policy writing. From a standpoint, it does need to be vetted and reviewed by the agency. So this is nothing that is uncommon. It's a very common practice.
All right. Thank you for that. Seeing no lights on, I have a motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Vice President Mayberry. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much, colleagues. That now closes Section 2 in its entirety and moves us on now to Section 3. These are our items for presentation, discussion, information, and or action. And we open now with item 3.1. 3.01. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District's bill draft request for the 2025 Nevada legislative session as allowed by Nevada Revised Statute 218D.205 to amend Nevada Revised Statutes Chapter 391 related to improving access to qualified personnel for school districts. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome in front of us Principal at Pinion Public Affairs, Dylan Shaver, and I also believe somewhere potentially as backup, oh yes, I see him right back there, our Chief Human Resources Officer, Doug Owen. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Shaver. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board, Dylan Shaver for your record. Pleased to be here today to present to you what I am calling the Excellence in Every Hire Act. So just as a quick recap, today we're going to talk about the direction you gave us previously, recommendations that came out of interactions with staff. We'll preview sort of what your options are today, and then I'll give you sort of a sense of what will happen after this meeting. As we termed it, and I'm the first to admit my mistakes, you know, we phrased this going into your last meeting as improving access to qualified personnel. and in my conversations with your excellent HR team, part of the pleasure of putting this together with you is I got to interface with Mr. Owen for the first time, and he and I can sit around and talk about strategic planning for a couple of hours, and I think I overstayed my time in his office by about 45 minutes. But between him and his team, it became clear we're not looking for access to qualified personnel. What we want is to make it easier for excellent personnel to come work here. And so we're going to talk about this as hiring excellence. And to achieve that, we're looking for barriers that exist in NRS to that process. We want to make it as flexible as possible for those excellent personnel who might need an extra credential or license to come in and work, to start work while they pursue that, and to put faith in the HR structures that you have built as a district to make sure that we're getting the very best people. You just approved in your consent agenda, I believe, declaring for PERS a number of critical positions as sort of emergency vacancies. We know that this is an issue, and it's something that most school districts have to do every once in a while. And so we believe that a measure like this, should it pass, will sort of help keep us out of that position. Now, the hiring rules in Nevada writ large may not change, but as it relates to certain critical openings that we'll talk about here, we want to make sure that there's as much flexibility as possible. And that dives into a lot of little tiny pieces of NRS, primarily as it relates to the NRS Chapter 391, which dictates sort of the rules for hiring people into schools. There are a lot of technical positions, for example, like a school nurse or a school social worker, where you can be licensed in your trade to work with children and have cleared all of the necessary background checks, but you have to go to NDE and get additional certification before you can start work at the school district. You know, this request says to the legislature, hey, let's examine if that's absolutely necessary. Is there another way to do it? The proposal on the table is perhaps we would allow them to start work concurrently, give them a certain amount of time to complete their licensure with NDE, and meanwhile they are getting the experience they need to work with us. We discuss creating a system of reciprocal licensure between the states. There's a handful of states right now that offer reciprocal licensure, and this is something that we've seen across trades in the states, where we give other states credits for their internal licensure process, so long as it meets standards that are still established by the Department of Education or whatever relevant department, whether it's the State Board of Nursing or somebody else. As long as it meets those standards, you may come here and work. We will grant you a provisional license, and then let's examine what your, if there's deficiencies under the Nevada law and how to bridge those gaps. Little things to make it easier for the team to make sure that every position that we have is filled, not because we found a good retiree we liked and we were able to entice them out of PERS, but instead because they are the right person with the right skills and the right fit for that classroom. The same goes true for mobility between K-8 and secondary licensures, just making it a little easier for teachers to flow through. This is sort of a fascinating area, and we touch on the sub to certified process. If you become a certified substitute, you have to pay a package of fees for that process. If you then want to become a permanent teacher, you have to go back and repay the fee. There's got to be a differential window in there. There will be fiscal impact to the state. Let's not be naive. Those bills always make things a little bit harder. But for our purposes, what we are trying to do is position the school district to be a leader on this discussion and to put as much into this one request as we can to really solve the whole problem. rather than just part of it. This is similar to sort of the work we did on WC1. Some of you may recall my involvement with that. We had several budget options, several holes that could be filled, but they decided, let's propose to the voters that we solve the whole thing. And we're sort of taking a similar approach here. There is a question as well around regulatory certainty for the way we certify CTE educators, career and technical educators. That is currently in the middle of a regulatory process that, frankly, my staff and I are really trying to get to the bottom of and draw a picture of where that might go. So we're not as specific around that, but we believe with your motion and action today that we can sort of make that proposal to LCB and then work it out in the drafting process. The proposal before you is really, the law requires for you to hear the concept of the bill the district would introduce in a public forum. We have requested sort of direction that the superintendent direct me to fill out some paperwork and send it in, and that is, of course, an option before you, right? Staff recommendation like anything else. Another option might be maybe I didn't cover something in here that you specifically would like included, and you think that we're not going to get to it sort of in our normal course of doing business. You can add that. Maybe there's something in here you didn't like. You can say, hey, I didn't like that CTE thing. Don't worry about that. That is, of course, your option in a motion. You can reject this and ask for something else entirely. I'm not recommending this, but it is an option you have today, and I wanted to preview for you that should that be your action, we have to submit everything on our end to the legislative lawyers by September 1st. So you've got sort of a very tight time frame that we're left with here. And then, of course, you can not submit a bill draft at all. So what happens next? Well, there's a form. We fill out some paperwork, and it allows us to be pretty broad in discussing the topic as outlined for you today. Once that is submitted, and actually really since your last direction, we've reached out to the stakeholders who are at this particular table, in particular, the Department of Education, your bargaining units on the labor side of things, just to make sure that we have as broad a picture of the problem and potential solutions to that problem as is possible, and to make sure that we are approaching this sort of effort with our whole selves. From there, once everything's submitted, we would work with the legislative attorneys to craft language. I want to be very clear. There are a lot of outside entities situated the same as we are. Every incorporated municipality, every county, every school district submits one or even more than one bill draft to the Legislative Council Bureau, and they do that on the 1st, and all those bills must be filed, sort of they call it pre-filing, with the clerks of the appropriate house by November 20th. That does not leave the legislative attorneys a ton of time. So when I say work with LCB to craft language, there will be a couple of emails, maybe one phone call, but in my experience with introducing these sorts of bills in the past, we do not get a very long runway between seeing their proposed language for what we want to do and having to introduce that bill. And I include that sort of as a note here. I've been in the position where literally 3 days prior to that pre-filing deadline, we've had the opportunity to review a bill, and I just have had to make the determination. So what would happen is I get the language back, shop it by the superintendent and some folks on the leadership team. If there is time, in an ideal world, we would make sure that it fulfilled your intent, but more realistically, it's unlikely you'd even have a board meeting from the time we got the language back and the time we had to submit it. And I just want to be very open with you all about that. But a bill, as you know, is introduced, is not chiseled into stone and must pass in that form. We have the opportunity to draft amendments coming from our own legal team and our experts in case they didn't get some wording just right, or based on feedback that we get from some of these other stakeholders. We could address those sort of via amendment or frankly via the legislative process generally, because we are not acting in a vacuum here, right? We are not the only, I did a quick perusal of bills that have been requested. Nothing touches this so far, but we have the opportunity to sort of look at the totality of all measures that are introduced to the legislature and make a determination from there. With that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have, take your feedback, tell a couple of mediocre jokes, though Mr. Church isn't here to praise me for them, so I might hold off this time.
I appreciate that. One thing, and then I'm going to go to Trustee Woodley and then Vice President Mayberry, just as a reminder to my colleagues and to the public, this is a completely separate process compared to our legislative platform. So the bill draft request is a completely separate vehicle to see change happen on a state level, and it doesn't preclude us from having any other number of additional topics in our legislative platform. We will begin that process very, very soon, but this is separate from it. I will say personally, I think that this is a meaty and important topic. It looks like there's already a lot here, but now I'll go to Trustee Woodley and then Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Shaver, for this presentation. I have a question. Excellence in Every Hire Act. How did you come up with that title?
I appreciate the question, Mr. Woodley. Again, Dylan Shaver for the record. I think I mentioned spending time with your team and thinking about the way we recruit people into this organization and our goals for both the culture in the organization and in the classroom. And I think that adding a little bit of excitement and focusing on those goals when we start talking about bills like this, we know it's not access to qualified personnel. What we want is to make sure that our team, as they can, to bring excellent people in, and that's sort of the language I settled on. I wanted to make sure that we centered on that focus of excellence, though, because frankly, I know you would not accept anything less.
Well, I really appreciate it. I know we all do, and thank you for that, because what I really like is that it sends the message that we're not seeking to lower any standards.
That's right.
We want excellence. We're just asking to remove barriers. So thank you very much. This was a great presentation, and I like all these, the provisional licensure, the reciprocal licensure. That's important. That's very important. And you're right, they do have them in other states. And we have done it here before with nursing. During COVID, there was some changes that were made so that we could actually get nurses in this state. So thank you very much. This is really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your comments. I agree. This is really all about removing barriers. Thank you for your work. One thing I didn't see in the PowerPoint, although we've talked about it multiple times, so I just don't want to assume that it's not in there, and that is sort of the focus on the special ed piece and ensuring that, general ed teachers that may want to become special ed teachers, that those barriers are removed. I was at the Back to School Expo on Saturday. I was talking with our staff at the HR table, telling me that one of the challenges they have in hiring special ed assistants and aides was that for that pay, they have to jump through a lot of hoops. They have to take a test. And so it's those kinds of barriers that I hope we can address. I'm talking a very high level here. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert, but I would hope that language can address the special education profession as well, because that is, we just approved a critical needs item. The special ed piece is a real challenge for us in terms of hiring and retaining staff. And I just want to hear from you that this does and will address special education educators.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayberry, and for pointing out my oversight. Sometimes I'm overbroad when I present to you, and I want to be a little more respectful for your time. But what I've done here is I've pulled up the language from the request that we've been drafting for LCB, and we have sections on social workers and counselors, school nurses, and then a very broad section on licensed educational personnel that does include special education licensure, modify several sections of NRS 391 to allow candidates to pursue multiple specialty credentials simultaneously and allow for provisional licensure of personnel under the appropriate circumstances. So we want to make sure that we are casting as wide a net, especially on that critical issue. I think in the staff report that we submitted to you, I think that's our second largest area of vacancy right now. Mr. Owens behind me and can nod or shake his head one way or the other, but it was a huge area, and we just know that's so important.
Good enough for me. I just want to get that on the record, and we're on the same page. Thank you for your work.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Smith. I don't really have anything else to add because our ESPN must be working, Trustee Mayberry, because I was going to ask about the special ed to make sure that we get some help in that area to make an easier path for personnel to be hired for those kiddos. So thank you, Trustee Mayberry, for getting to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Welcome. And you used a phrase, casting a wide net, which kind of led me to my question and it might be premature. I understand we're talking about us right now, but we have 16 sister school districts in Nevada who have this same challenge. It's a statewide challenge. What kind of process might you tomorrow or in the future pursue to get some collective voice from other districts on this very important I guess, issue?
Well, first, bless you to Mr. Lombardo, and second, with the new superintendent in place, our relationship with WCSD has changed a little bit, and Superintendent Ernst has actually requested that me and my team be more visible with NAS and the other school districts in that way. There's been a shakeup down at Clark County, but I've sent sort of the parameters of our proposal down to them, and we'll send it along to Mary and her team at NAS, and we'll send it over to I think Tom Clark is doing the work for y'all at the school boards now, and so we can connect with him to really go as broad as possible. Additionally, like I mentioned, you have collective bargaining units that are up there, as well as frankly a handful of certified educational personnel that serve in the legislature, and so the best odds of success are going to be trying to get all those people on the same page. It will be difficult, but that is the work we're here to do.
I think it can be difficult. I also think with the superintendents alongside this challenge throughout the state, it's very doable, and yes, it will be a lot of work, but I think this has a statewide implication that's very strong.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Just to respond to the work that has been done through NAS and with our other superintendents, I think there's a lot of momentum and ambition around this topic and universal agreement around the importance. And so I do see a lot of our school districts all banding together in recognition of how this meets a statewide concern.
Thank you, Madam President. One thing, too, I've been on the fence of sharing because I just don't know if it's a big enough lift, and it's probably a poor decision on my part. Teacher interns, those that are entering the field, they have to teach for, a period of 6 months before they're even paid. Is that right, Superintendent? So I'm just wondering if this bill draft request can address that, eliminate that barrier, and provide some funding, or is that, do you think, maybe a bridge too far, given the revenue piece? Because I gotta believe there's a lot of folks that don't want to sacrifice 6 months of their of their time on this earth working for free.
Somebody has arrived to bail me out. I will say before Ms. Weir speaks, that, yeah, I was with you up until the funding part, but she can speak from here.
That's okay. I think we have a phone a friend happening here with Dr. Weir. Yes, welcome, Dr. Weir, appearing before this body and our community in her new position within our HR department, and then also as a doctor, having recently received her PhD.
Yes, thank you, President Smith. Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice President Mayberry, Katie Louise Weir, for the record. We do have paid internship opportunities right now, but it's not available to every single student teacher. So certainly something we can talk about if there are changes in other expectations as far as bringing people in. There are identified funding sources right now for paid internships. It's just not every single student teaching experience. Some universities don't allow for the paid internship opportunity. That's a part of their process as an accredited university, but many do, and many more are starting to encourage that opportunity if school districts are able to allocate resources and funding for that. So to answer your question, that opportunity already exists to some degree within our district, but not for every single student teacher.
Is UNR, if you're going through their program, do they pay you for your teacher internship?
Only if they're filling a vacancy for us.
Okay.
So they're paid for their internship if they're filling a teaching vacancy as a paid intern.
I think this is a fascinating topic. Probably not for this. So we're within the agenda item, but I want to make sure that we don't go outside of it. But I'm very intrigued by this. And something that Dylan has brought up to us before is that if there are NRS changes we need outside of the wonderful ideas we've had so far, we know that there are other legislators who are reserving bills for education needs, and so there's also other vehicles for this. But I'm very, very interested in this topic, and then also curious about a difference in partnership with looking at things, because I personally wish that they wouldn't have to be filling a role, like them learning is filling a role, but we can definitely explore that, and I'm really glad you brought that up. I'm going to go to Trustee Westlake, and then we're going to go to public comment since this is an item for potential action. Thank you so much, Dr. Weir.
Thank you, President Smith. Oh, Miss Katie Louise, maybe you can. Well, no, that's okay. No, because I was just going to say, if we can't do this through the legislative process, maybe just as a board, we can keep this at the top of our, vision for future budgets so that we could make that lift to gain these employees into our district, especially for the critically needed areas like our SPED, our special ed, and things like that. Maybe, it's got to fall under one of our pillars of excellence for our what we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, and it seems like I'm seeing a lot of interest in this, although it sounds like from what Dr. Weir said that there may need to be some understandings with the educational institutions and the rules they have around it, but I like the fact that this was raised and very much appreciate that, and I can already see the wheels turning. On that note, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right. I will bring it back here if anyone would like to share anything else on this.
Just want to thank you, Madam President. Just kind of piggybacking more on the casting a wide net on reciprocity. One thing that I know you're thinking about a lot of other positions, working closely with our staff, but I also we like to see about exploring reciprocity or some sort of provisional license, which I know would take an active legislator to do, is to look at easing on the restrictions for law enforcement officers that may want to come to Nevada, especially with our school police, Clark County School Police, which it's one of our largest law enforcement agencies in Nevada, or actually in our country. So something to look at as well, especially as it's becoming harder and harder to recruit officers. So maybe those coming out of another state, retired, one maybe, or another retirement might be an option as well.
As presented today, I think I would be comfortable talking to Chief Moore and seeing what that could look like, and if there's a way to make it fit in. I think with the motion in front, or that is not yet in front of you, I think we could probably include that, depending on how broad it went, of course.
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay, then I will in one moment. What I do want to add is that I like the work that's happened here. I'm very, very grateful. We started with a lot of great ideas. I love where we landed. And so my validation for that is that no one so far that we know of has brought this up. We feel confident that there could be interest and ideally support from a lot of different districts and entities within the state. And I know that we wanted to use this one shot as well as we could and hopefully enact change that benefits public education in our entire state. This meets it for all of those areas for me. So I want to say thank you for that.
If I may, I'd like to say thank you as well. I've been in this business for a while, and long enough to say with certainty that the most difficult client is a client that does not know what they want out of the legislative process. That's a very challenging situation. Mr. Woodley and I have worked on that previously in a separate capacity, but from the moment he took the reins, the superintendent had a sort of clear vision of where he thought our options were and where he could drive the process. The team over in HR, from Mr. Owen on down, have been fantastically supportive, and so I'm hearing a lot of thank yous up here. And what I did was put together a staff report and sit here today, and so I just wanted to make sure that credit went where it belongs. And I wanted to say thank you as a client for being sort of so clear and easy to work with on this issue.
On the motion, do I need to include what Trustee Rodriguez said about the reciprocity? We're good there? Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed bill draft request for the Washoe County School District for the 2025 Nevada legislative session to amend Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 391, related to improving access to qualified personnel for school districts in Nevada.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Trustee Westlake, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. Trustee Woodley, you were quite the gentleman there because I saw your lights on before, but very excited about this. Seeing no lights on that I think are not around discussion for this item. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Great teamwork, everyone. I am really excited to see where this goes. Thank you so much for the work Pinion has done, Mr. Shaver, and Superintendent Ernst, and the whole team behind it. So hopefully we can drive some positive change in Nevada. Thank you. All right, so that closes item 3.01, and we will move on now to an exciting item, 3.02. This is the presentation of new school principals for the 2024-25 school year to the Board of Trustees and community. This is an item for presentation only, and we have a rock star lineup. Do I get to welcome everybody? All right, I'm going to go for it. We have our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Michelle Anderson. We have our Lead Associate Chief of Secondary Education, Lauren Ford. Our Lead Associate Chief for Elementary Education, Dr. Mike Paw. We have our Associate Chief for Elementary Education, Dawn Ignati. We have our Associate Chief for Secondary Education, Melinda Baker. Maybe? Nope. Oh, she's in the building. And we have our Associate Chief for Elementary Education, Sarah Cunningham. our Associate Chief for Elementary Education, Denise Dufresne, welcome, and our new Associate Chief for Secondary Education, new to this role for the first time in front of this board, Chris Hackbush. All right, take it away. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and Board of Trustees. I am Mike Paul, Elementary Associate Chief. I am very happy to be able to introduce this item today, 3.02, Introduction of New Principles. And our amazing team of Associate Chiefs are going to help with this item for sure. It is introducing our new and new to building principles that we have on this list. So it is 10 new and new to building principles this year, and we have them in a presentation that you're going to be able to see their pictures and their pictures of their schools today. So, and then we have Michelle Anderson with us as well, that she's going to have a piece at the end also after we get done introducing our 10 new principles to you this year. So with that, we'll go ahead and each of us are going to take turns introducing the principles that we supervise in our areas. Oh, I guess I get to control the presentation. So, okay, so we're going to start with our elementary schools.
Good afternoon. I'm excited and very, very thrilled to announce John Stern, new principal at George Westergaard Elementary School.
I'm excited to introduce Gina Miller, the new principal at Alice Smith Elementary School.
Next, we have Joe Pazar, who is returning to Washoe County School District and now is serving the principal at Roger Corbett Elementary.
At Alice Maxwell Elementary School, we have Colleen Winter.
And a familiar face, we have Gina Curtis, who has served as principal in various roles actually in Washoe County, is back with us as the principal at Incline Elementary School.
On to our middle schools.
Okay, we've got Kevin Arnold at Billinghurst Middle School. And also mine, Lucy Dugan at Trainer Middle School.
And we have Ian Gilbert, the new principal of Swope Middle School.
To our high schools.
And we have Mr. Jason Maddock, who will be new to AACT this school year.
And last but not least.
And we have Mr. Mike Nakashima, principal of Reno High School.
Okay, and so there are our 10 new and new to building administrators, principals for us this year.
Hello, trustees and Superintendent Ernst. So we decided to do something a little bit different this year. Instead of bringing in all the students and staff, we know that's a lot, especially on the second day. We have a nice video, and it was highlighting what everybody is excited for. We met with students, families, staff, and principals to highlight what they're excited for the upcoming school year.
I think for the new school, I'm looking forward to like new friends, new experiences, lots of new things.
My new teacher. I like how she teaches us because she's like saying it nicely.
I really like my friends and teachers.
Pues de que le están dando los estudios que ellos necesitan saber y conocer para su futuro.
I'm excited to see her grow in this new environment. She's starting middle school.
I'm excited for Michelle's class.
So we're looking forward to welcoming in our brand new students, especially our incoming sixth graders. It's always just a brand new opportunity for students coming into a really new school from elementary to middle school.
Having fun and like helping other people.
Learning more math, spending time with my friends and stuff.
The most exciting thing for me is this amazing opportunity to create a truly loving, supportive place for our students who need it most.
I'm excited that I'm going to get more students this year.
Trying new things like getting harder classes and like meeting new people.
Knowing that I pushed myself hard during the summer to be able to enjoy my school year.
I just got new basketball shoes, so can't wait to wear them.
I'm looking for him to have a bigger community of friends and teachers.
More than one teacher. He's gonna do full band. We're both in band. I think I want to play the trombone. I'm gonna do trumpet.
Seeing them grow and progress in their education.
I don't know what to expect. It's a new year, and I'm heading to middle school now. I hope that everything goes well, and I'm going to try my best.
New field trips, and I really want to do decimals.
Excited to go back to school and do everything.
I feel like it's going to be a good year. It's going to be fun.
I am looking forward to first and foremost having our students back. I know our staff has been preparing all summer long. I think we've got a lot of positive momentum that we can build on, and just capitalizing on that momentum and making sure that we're helping meet the needs of every one of our students.
Such an exciting time, and I think our students really captured the opportunities for this school year. So we look forward to welcoming our incline students next week and our new kindergartners. So thank you.
This is so wonderful. I love this. And I was the kind of kid that got excited about decimals too. So this definitely speaks to my heart. So congratulations to our 10 new and new to building principals. What I love about this process is also getting to see the grow your own approach with so many of our leaders coming in, coming back, and then also, of course, people that are new to our district, because we always need those new ideas and that new experience as well. So super excited for them and really love the video. I think that this is really heartwarming and very exciting, and so thank you. There's a lot to be excited about this year and great things that have already happened even through today too. Did you have?
Well, I was just going to say one closing comment that I wanted to say is it's been such a great, smooth start to the year that I have heard from multiple principals that it has been such a smooth start. It feels like we never left from last year. So that has been a great testament to all the teamwork that everybody in our district has put in to make it a great opening of the school year. So thank you, everyone.
Well, and I think my kids can agree that it seems like summer was just a snap anyways. So I think a lot of people would agree with that. Superintendent Ernst.
Thank you, President Smith. I wanted to say thanks to the Associate Chiefs, to Chief Communications Officer Anderson, the whole team in terms of all of us preparing for our school year. It's exciting to see our new principals. We had a chance to visit some of them yesterday, and you can just see and feel the energy and momentum that we have in the school district. I think there's a lot of excitement right now, and I just wanted to say thanks to the team. I can tell you as a former principal, to have the gift of being able to stay at your building on the second day of school, there's really a lot of advantage to that in terms of all the things that you can accomplish for the year ahead. And so we appreciate the video. It was nice to see the kids, and just excited about what's in front of us for this year.
Great. All right. Well, thank you so much for this. We appreciate it. And I love this approach personally going forward. Thank you so much. All right, that closes item 3.02, and now we will move on to item 3.03. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the recommendation of the Group Insurance Committee for a 1.30% increase for health insurance rates and an increase to the qualified high deductible health plan individual deductible from $3,200 to $3,300 for the 2025 plan year. This is an item for possible action. And we have, for the first time in her new role formally, our benefits manager, Mackenzie Howard from our HR department.
Good afternoon, Mackenzie Howard for the record. We're going to shift gears. I know you all have to wear lots of different hats, but I think with whatever hat we put on, we can all ground ourselves in our WCSD promise. So we will know every student by name, strength, and need, so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we will deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and community. I feel grateful to be able to focus on the first word of our promise, the we. In HR, we have the opportunity to focus on our employees so they are prepared to carry out this promise. So, as a quick snapshot to what our health insurance program looks like right now, we have just under 6,400 total active employees on our plan. We have 745 retirees. Of that total of active employees and retirees, we have 2,221 of them with dependents, which means we have a total of 4,376 total dependents. All of that adds up to 11,517 lives covered on our WCSD health insurance plan.
I want to jump in. I love the way you framed that because it's so important to consider benefits and insurance as lives that we are protecting and covering. So I love that perspective.
Every year, I think it's important for us to revisit the idea of what it means to be self-insured or self-funded. You can use those terms interchangeably. And so every month, our district and our member-paid premiums are deposited into our health insurance fund. And so remember, I like to think of our health insurance fund as our savings account. And so every month, our contributions that are given by WCSD, because we pay for our employees in full, and then any deduction that we take from our employees' paychecks for their dependents are also added to that health insurance fund, that savings account. Once that money is deposited into that health insurance fund, anytime any of our members or their dependents go out and utilize their health insurance, the claims that they use, we pay for out of that health insurance fund, right? We pay for those claims until we reach that $425,000 mark. If a claim reaches that cost, that's when our stop loss insurance kicks in and a different vendor will pay out past that. But it's important to remember that we pay out of that health insurance fund any claim up to $425,000. So every year, it's important for us to work in partnership with our broker and consultant and our business department to look at how much we're spending out of that health insurance fund and what the revenue going into that health insurance fund looks like. When we look at that, we have to discuss if it's important or necessary for us to make a rate increase so we can increase the revenue into that fund, or if we need to make a benefit change, which would decrease the spend out of that fund, right? So in those conversations, it was determined that this upcoming year, starting January 1st of 2025, we would need a 2.57 premium rate increase to cover the costs coming out of our health insurance fund. We brought this recommendation to our group insurance committee. We brought this in May and July, and I commend our group insurance committee for the thorough discussion that they have every time we bring a rate increase to them. Based on their discussion, they've concluded that they would propose a 1.3% rate increase.
And Mackenzie, can we stay on that, go back to that? So just to clarify, if I'm doing my math, overall, we're going to need 2.57. The committee recommended that we increase, so in other words, pass along 1.3% of that cost, which means that the district will be funding 1.27% of that cost?
No, so they're actually recommending that we don't go with 2.5, that we only go with 1.3%.
Okay.
So that would be the increase for both the district and the member.
Very good. And can you also remind the board and the public who sits on this group insurance committee? And who are they, the role they play, and I think it's very important for everyone to know that a lot of voices have already been heard before this comes to our body.
Yeah, so our group insurance committee is an advisory committee that follows all open meeting laws, and it's made up of all of our unions. So there is a union representation on our group insurance committee from all of the unions that we work with. And I think it's important to note too, we have representation from our retirees as well. So we get voices from everyone in our district.
Okay.
And so with that, we have decided to move forward with the Group Insurance Committee's recommendation of a 1.3% premium rate increase. And in addition to keep us in compliance with the IRS, we are recommending that we increase our individual deductible from $3,200 to $3,300.
Well, I certainly do not want to anger the IRS.
Yeah, we recommend that one.
Seeing no lights on for questions, JJ, do we have public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back here for questions or potentially for the motion as laid out for item 3.03.
Thank you, Madam President. Alex Woodley. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Group Insurance Committee of a 1.30 increase for health insurance rates and an increase to the qualified high deductible health plan individual deductible from $3,200 to $3,300 for the 2025 plan year.
I will second.
All right, we have A motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. And seeing no lights on, for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Great job, Mackenzie, and congratulations on your promotion. All right, team, that closes item 3.03, and we move on now to item 3.04. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the 2024-2025 A major projects for design phase funding for the rebuild of Echo Loader Elementary School, construction phase funding for a new elementary school in the Silver Dollar area of Stead, and construction phase funding for phase 3 of the Ghetto Transportation Yard rebuild for a total amount of $60,358,259 as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is an item for possible action, and we have in front of us our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith. I'm happy to be here to present the 2024-2025 A Major Projects Program. So we'll first start off with the Stead Area Elementary School. Construction or design phase funding was approved for this. This is construction phase funding. It is going to model our elementary school prototypes, which is similar to Pulikitas, but we're going to add 2 additional classrooms to help take on the projected enrollment that we have out there at in the Stead area. This will go to zoning in the fall, so we will see possibly some zoning changes with that, but we're adding a couple classrooms on just to make sure we have enough capacity. It is a site adapt for the property that we own out there in what we'd call the Silver Dollar development. So this is a rendering of what colors we've chosen for the exterior, so it'll look very, very similar to this. The funding request, I want to show you some past projects. We do a third-party estimate with Cummings Group for this, so we have a pretty good idea with some contingencies built on there. If you'll see, the last one we bid was Jaywood Raw, which was in 2021. So it's 2024, so it's going to be a little bit more expensive. We have added some contingencies on there, but those are our typical buckets of construction, professional services, and FF&E for $52.3 million. The schedule, we're anticipating putting that out to bid in September, awarding in October of this year, and construction starting in November so we can get ahead of the winter in that. We anticipate substantial completion in May of 2026 with an opening in August of 2026 for that school. The next one I want to talk about is Echo Loader Elementary School. It's an on-site construction. This is for design funding for this. We did a conceptual design funding approval in February. We did conceptual design on that soccer field that's to the east of the existing school. We know it fits with the conceptual design that we have. This is an adaptation of our elementary design as well, but we're going to add an additional 4 classrooms to this one to help make sure that we have enough capacity when we do some consolidations in that area. This is a design funding request. Here are our design funds that we use that funding for, services on the side, which are architectural, geotechnical, roofing consultant, etc. We also have historical design fees that you can see. We typically give money back, but this, because it is larger, we want to make sure that we have enough design phase funding to do all of that. So that request is for $4 million. We'll do design September 2024 through June. We'll hard bid from June until August in 2025 and start construction in September. We anticipate completion in May of 2027 with the building. We'll open the school in August of 2027, and then we'll go back and we'll demolish the existing Echo Loader and do the fields and be completed by December of 2027. Central Transportation is the next one. This is construction funding request number 2. We've been to you guys and capital funding when we have received funding request number 1 approval. We did put that out to bid. We had some issues with the bid. We determined it was in our best interest to cancel that, so we canceled it, and we're back to putting it back together as one project, which is really nice to have one contractor on site doing all of that. So on the right-hand side, you'll see phase 1 and 2, which is fully funded in that initial request that you guys have already approved. Phase 3 is on the left-hand side. That is where we would be putting the additional parking and demolishing the existing building. So this is kind of a tally for you. Phase 1 and 2, those are our estimates based off of what we know now. And then Phase 3 is an estimate from our third-party consultant for the construction of that with professional services and FF&E. So we've tallied all of that in the total, right? Come up with a subtotal. We put a contingency on there because we're going to be bidding it again. And then we subtract the funding that you guys have already approved of $45.5 million to come up with $4 million request for that. So we'd like to bid this in September after we get STED out of the way so we're not competing with ourselves. Construction starting in January by the time we award that contract, because we'll have to be back to the board to award that contract. New building complete in April of 2026, and then Phase 3, which is the bus parking, would be October of 2026 with this new schedule. We've been working with transportation, we've been doing logistics, so that's all planned. So we'll be back to you guys for hopefully the construction contract approval in December of 2024. This is our historic tally sheet for all of our major projects. In the green is what we're asking for today. It's got all the totals on there. It's got all the check marks with what's completed and total committed and total used. So for the 2024-2025 A major project program, we're asking $60,358,259 be approved.
I think this is fantastic. Just as a point of clarification, these are all funds through the WC1 ballot initiative. Is that correct?
They're WC1 bond programs, bond proceeds as well, but they're all in the CIP that was approved in April.
I think this is wonderful. I mean, this is exactly what the community asked for when they passed WC1 back in 2016. And personally, as the trustee overseeing Echo Loader, and I'd love to hear from our board members that also oversee the STED area, the fact that we're now moving into a chapter where we're focusing on established schools and neighborhoods that exist and elevating their learning environment is absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad to see that and really, really excited for all of these groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings to come. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I might be getting too nitty-gritty here, Tammy, but so we're adding 2 classrooms for the STED and for the other school. Are those rooms taking into account pre-K classrooms? Because I know we're trying to build our pre-K program, and if so, that should probably be enough if they're already in the tally. But if not, and we're thinking the area is going to grow, that's going to mean maybe hopefully more little kiddos that if we do a pre-K there, we would need the rooms.
All of our enrollment projections and what we thought about through this include pre-K.
Awesome, thank you.
I love it. All right. Ooh, I will go to Vice President Mayberry and Trustee Woodley, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I mean, it really can't not turn down new schools. So this is good stuff. I'm curious about this STED. If you could just bring some clarity to the Silver Dollar area, and even the Echo Loader redesign, all consistent with the recent facility modernization plan. Can you just bring some clarity on how that fits into that puzzle?
So that's correct. Those are ranked in that facility modernization plan. STED is the #1 elementary school out of that, and then Echo Loader is the next one. So we're following the plan that we have set up. The team has that roadmap and is sticking to it.
And that's a great point, because when we did the facilities modernization plan and the facilities team recommended that we do such a thorough approach, we always told this board and the community we will come back with every single project to make sure that it's done, and this is exactly what we're doing. So I appreciate that. Promises made, promises kept. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to state I'm really happy to see Echo Loader. In my daytime job, we identify certain neighborhoods and we put a lot of resources there, and we do actual walks in the neighborhood. In Yorie Park, in Yorie, that street, that area, we were there recently, and I was very excited to share with my colleagues that the school will be rebuilt So I'm happy to see us make that investment in that neighborhood and in for the demographics that live in that neighborhood and for the kids. So this is a really good thing. I really feel excited and very positive and happy to vote on this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back to this body for additional questions or a motion. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to make a statement that I'm very happy to see how far we've come and all the work that was taking place in the community involvement, and especially for the Stead area. I know that's a community that often feels underheard and underrepresented, and I see that we're committed in that area, especially the new O'Brien Middle School, the Michael Innes Keep, and these schools coming as well. So with that, I am happy to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the 2024-2025 major projects program in the amount of $60,358,259 for the projects throughout the district, as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Second that.
All right, we have a motion by Clerk Rodriguez and a second by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. We're doing great. All right, team. So we are down to one additional item here in Section 3, and I do expect that this will be a substantive conversation. So I am going to go ahead now at 3:13 p.m. I will call a recess, and we will rejoin around 3:30 p.m. Thank you. right, everyone. All right, let's get ready to go. It is 3:35 p.m. on Tuesday, August 13th, 2024, and I would like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We just closed item 3.04 prior to the recess, and now we will open item 3.05. This is a presentation and discussion on current practices and programs for managing personal electronic devices in schools and classrooms in the Washoe County School District, a review of national trends and perspectives related to personal electronic devices in schools, and establishing clear district-wide expectations regarding personal electronic devices in schools. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we have presenting with us today our Deputy Superintendent, Tiffany McMaster, and our Associate Chief, Chris Hackbush. And I would also like to recognize and welcome that we have Trustee Church joining us at 3:36 p.m. We welcome you to the meeting. And Trustee Church, I will make sure to keep an eye out for any hands raised because this is going to be a round-robin style dialogue. So on that note, as we go ahead and pull up the item for my colleagues, this is a discussion. One of the reasons why this is not for action at the moment is because we need to start this discussion, and we don't want to give the presumption that we're ready to make decisions before we've had these conversations in public and also talked through all the ways that we want to make sure that we're pulling in all the voices from our communities, our students, and our staff. I have noticed, rightfully so, that when things are immediately put on an agenda for action, the first question is, but who have you talked to? Are you ready to make those decisions? And on something as substantive as this, we're going to make sure that we take a very thoughtful process with it. So for all my colleagues, this is going to be an open dialogue. Doesn't mean we can't go back to slides, doesn't mean we can't go back to something you've seen, but we're going to be having a conversation as we go. So I will actively be looking for lights. Let's get points of clarification. Let's share thoughts. Let's engage, and let's show this community all the listening we've done and where it is we'd like it to go, because this will continue to come back in future items, potentially for action. So I just want everybody to know that this is not the type of presentation where we wait all the way to the end. I'm really looking for lights and dialogue as we go. And so on that note, our Deputy Superintendent.
Good afternoon, Tiffany McMaster, Deputy Superintendent for the record. Thank you, Superintendent Ernst, President Smith, members of the Board of Trustees for having me today. Before I begin to talk about the management of personal electronic devices, I just want to take a moment to recognize the collaborative effort that went into the presentation before you today. As you can see, Dr. Paula Marca, Chief Student Family Supports, Dr. Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer, Tracy Moore, Chief of Police, Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer, and Dr. Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer, all weighed in on this presentation and put a lot of thought into giving you a robust presentation. As I know this is a topic that has a lot of interest. You'll have a lot of questions along the way, but we hope that we've spent a lot of time anticipating some questions that you may have. So as questions come up, if you feel like there are things that might be addressed later on, I encourage you to jot down those questions so we make sure that no matter what point in the presentation that we can have a thoughtful discussion with those at the end. And then we will have all of these chiefs available at the end of the presentation to answer questions that may be more in their wheelhouse to answer. So with that, we will begin. I just wanted to also acknowledge that Associate Chief Hackbush will be joining me a little bit later at the front, as well as some students and even a parent. So we have that to look forward to. So to begin, we want to just paint a picture of where we are as a nation and some national perspective. Obviously in the news and throughout our nation, there's been an increased focus on cell phone use by children. We know that misuse of devices could have a negative impact on student behavior, student learning, as well as some mental health impacts. We're seeing this emphasis
in states across the nation, districts across the nation, schools across the nation, and even at the national level. I wanted to just kind of highlight very broadly some different perspectives that are taken throughout the nation. Some have moved forward with restrictions for all students. Some have moved forward with restrictions for only certain grade levels, whether that be just for elementary, middle, high, or a combination therein. Some have moved forward with restrictions in the classroom, the locker room, and the bathrooms only. Some have done restrictions solely in the classroom. Some leave restrictions up to each individual school. And there are many districts that have chosen to have no restrictions for very thoughtful reasons as well. I will say that even when we say the word restrictions, and as you'll see throughout this presentation, I have a quote there that talks a lot about nuances. Even in districts where there is a quote-unquote ban, there's a lot of nuance in terms of that word and what that means and how schools are addressing that. So I'm going to keep referring back to that term nuance throughout this presentation, because you'll see that there's a lot of nuance in some terminology and the way things are implemented. So to give us a frame of reference, some people are unaware that we do have an administrative regulation in place that's been in place since 2015. It's Administrative Regulation 5810 about the use of personal electronic devices by students and prohibited conduct. And I'm just going to pause there for a minute, because even though this was written back in 2015, and if we think back, that was when cell phone use was about 2/3 of the people in our nation had cell phones, and now I would venture to say it's 100%, 99%, quite a few. So cell phone use throughout our nation has increased and become commonplace since this regulation was written. And technology has advanced a lot since then. So I think it was very forward thinking that when this regulation was written, the term personal electronic devices was used rather than cell phones, because it is a little bit broader than just cell phones. So I just wanted to highlight that. For example, like we have smartwatches now. I don't think smartwatches existed back when this regulation was written, and there are other forms of technology. So there were a few things in the current regulation that I just wanted to highlight so that you made sure that you are all aware of what is currently our language. First, electronic devices can be disruptive and interfere with student learning. We called that out in the regulation. We knew this was a concern back in 2015. Also, devices should not interfere with the instructional process. So there was a big emphasis on the impact on instruction. And throughout this presentation today, I think you'll hear a lot of emphasis on the impact on student learning and instruction. The regulation outlines that teachers and administrators reserve the right to confiscate a student's electronic device if it's interfering with curriculum and instruction. Devices shall not be brought into the classroom during assessments. That's always been really standard practice in terms of test security. During the school day and inside the classroom, devices should be in the off position unless the devices are being used for instructional purposes. And then lastly, I didn't detail it here, but sanctions at various levels of offense are outlined within the regulation. One thing I want to point out before I move on, although this was a very forward-thinking regulation at the time, there are some things that we've learned that I'll highlight later in the presentation that are possibly missing from this. Some examples would be we didn't allow for some special circumstances. We don't mention anything about use during emergency situations. That's not mentioned in the regulation. So it doesn't highlight everything that we found in practice since 2015. So I'll be talking about that just a little bit later in the presentation.
Thank you. And Deputy Superintendent, I'd like to welcome our Chief Legal Counsel, Neil Rombardo, to join the conversation so that we can share with everyone and the public the role that admin regulations have, how they're formed, and at whose direction they're created.
Thank you, President Smith. So all administrative regulations are attached to a board policy. This one is attached to student behavior, was attached to student discipline, but the regulation is the how. It's how the superintendent is going to carry out the policies of the Board of Trustees. And so this, again, is the how are we going to address personal electronic devices by our students and how they're going to be used. So it comes from the superintendent. It does not go to the board, but it does go through a 13-day review process, which we're not required to do by law, but we've always done that. We adopted it by policy, so we do have a 13-day review process for the community to weigh in.
The one thing I would just like to add before I move on, in light of some of those little aspects that are not included in this regulation, I think it stands to reason that some updating and possibly some training and refreshing on the administrative regulation is in order, and some of that's already occurred, which I'll be discussing later in the presentation. So here's some current realities. People talk about, well, how does this impact student behavior? So just a couple of talking points, and then I'll explain a little bit further because I'm already aware of some questions that you may have. So last school year, 23-24, there were 18 incidents of cyberbullying. So cyberbullying is specific bullying that meets the NRS criteria that is attached to it being pretty much generated from some type of technology platform. To note, majority of those occur off campus or in other locations. We find that that occurs at all three levels, elementary, middle, and high school, with a larger majority happening at the middle school level. And if you look back a year, it's about the same number of incidents. And I know you're going to have some questions about that in a minute, but give me just a minute to finish the slide because I think I might clarify some things. This data can be a little bit limiting and not afford a full picture of our current realities. When you start looking at technology violations, we had 249 last year, 424 the prior year. So when we look at last year's, a majority of those technology violations occurred in the classroom, a few in the hallways and some common areas. And the problem with technology violations occurred mostly between grades 7 and 10. So I'm going to pause there and just digest this a little bit. I'm sure you're thinking, that seems like some pretty low numbers. And I think you're probably right. And I think there's some possible reasons for that. First of all, this is major behavior data, not minor behavior. So when a teacher sees a cell phone in a classroom, say, hey, not appropriate, put that away. That's a minor behavior. That doesn't get documented as a major behavior. In fact, I think sometimes that happens so just nonchalantly that the teacher may not even be recording it as a minor behavior. It's just happening in the moment. We got the focus back on learning, and by the time the teacher's back to their desk, they forgot that it even happened. So there's lots of minor behaviors that may not even be recorded, but this is only major behavior data. I also want to talk about the coding. Now, when a cell phone is used in a way to instigate a fight, perhaps, and you've got people back and forth that are texting and getting people angry at each other, an administrator would likely code that as instigating a fight. It may have started with some technology, but really instigating a fight is the major discipline, so that's how it would be coded. So it doesn't catch some of those nuances. Some other examples of how things that may be directly or indirectly related to cell phone use might be coded is insubordination. Hey, you're not supposed to have your phone in this classroom. Give me your phone. And then the student and the teacher get into a power struggle and the phone gets taken away. That might be coded as insubordination because, yes, it was a technology violation, but it resulted in some insubordination. Disrespect is another possibility it could be recoded as, disregard of school rules. And then I already mentioned that it could be considered threats depending on what kinds of context was in those text messages. Another thing I want to just mention that technology violations could also include the use of social media. So that's not necessarily the technology itself, but it's the internet platform and how that's being used. But we did notice a decrease in those technology violations by about 40% from the prior year, which had me a little bit curious. So I think later on in this presentation, when we get to some school level information, we might be able to answer some of that for you. But definitely had me curious. So yes, this is the data I'm bringing forward to you, but I fully acknowledge it may not paint the full picture because it's complex and multi-layered.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent McMaster. That you answered what I was going to say. Well, what do you give us some examples of the technology violations? But I just, since you said it, I just want to make sure that kind of hangs in the air and everybody's thinking about this when we open the discussion up. You said confrontation in the classroom, you know, give me your phone, you know, you have your phone out, give me your phone. This is taking up valuable instruction time. It also probably will draw other students in witnessing this behavior. So I just want us to think about that. The phones are actually still in the students' possession. There's going to be these confrontations, and I mean, it chews up valuable time for instruction, and it causes a lot of friction. And I just want us all to be thinking about that when we're thinking how we're going to plan this out. I think what we optimally would like to do is just have the focus on learning and try and avoid any need for those kinds of confrontations, because it's very disruptive. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in here, and then I'll have Vice President Mayberry go after me. So cyberbullying, off campus, on campus, what is the district's responsibility with that? So we've got 2 classmates. There is texting, there could be social media, there could be things happening off-site. Yes, both the students are our students. What role does the district have in off-site cyberbullying, and how does that play a part in our responsibility, the coding of this? If anyone could kind of explain, that is a very common question that we get. A lot of this is happening off-site. What role do we play? What role do other agencies play? If anyone could jump in and clarify that.
I'll give you a 30,000-foot answer to that, and then maybe if some questions still remain at the end, we can dive a little bit deeper. But in general, when it happens off campus, as soon as whatever's happened off campus is brought onto campus and it's disrupting the learning environment and it's got students talking and then there's spillover that's happening, that's when it becomes the school's responsibility. It's disrupting what's happening in the school environment. So that's when schools step in, and I'm so glad you brought up that stakeholder engagement in that, because it takes parents working together with administrators and teachers and community agencies. Sometimes even law enforcement gets involved. So it becomes very complex, and it really does take everybody working together. And I will tell you, the man hours involved in investigating something like that are substantial. And we can't always collect enough evidence to code it as cyberbullying, but we can always collect enough evidence to know it's disrupting the learning. And so we may not be coding it as cyberbullying in alignment with our NRS, but we certainly can collect enough evidence to say this is something we need to address. This isn't okay in our schools.
Thank you for that. So just, if I have this right and I'm hearing you correctly, Sally and Annie are having a disagreement, and that disagreement or the bullying is happening over social media or through a piece of technology off-site. Then it comes to school, and now Sally and Annie are having issues in the classroom or in the hallways, or other students are getting involved, and it's starting to create a ripple effect. That's when the school district gets involved and then works with the students and the parents to understand what's happening, and whether or not it needs to be coded as cyberbullying or some sort of other interpersonal issue that we have, and then that's when the district gets involved. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay. And it's, I will also say that, and you've already covered this, but it seems low. Now, I know cyberbullying has a very specific definition, and so I'm sure that the 18 incidents is accurate based on that definition. But I believe we've all likely heard of the challenges that are happening between our students through social media and through technology outside of school and within school. It's just that cyberbullying has a very specific definition associated to it. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. All right, thank Thank you. And then Trustee Westlake, just to address a little bit of what you were saying when you're talking about the confrontation. I hope later on in the presentation when we have a school come up and share their example, they're going to talk about the process that they engaged in that to address that. So it'll give us an example to lend to the discussion. All right. So one of the biggest reasons that this is of a concern to us as a community, us as parents, us as district employees, and to students themselves is based on review of literature. Findings indicate that there's a connection between technology and, at times more specifically, social media use and negative mental health impacts. Relationships with self-injurious behavior are indicated in that research and findings. Effects on self-concept, self-views, including normalization of self-harm and suicidal ideation. There can be impacts on sleep, cognitive processing, and social emotional processing. And some research indicates that those effects may have a greater impact on girls. I do want to just mention here that because of this awareness, and this is acutely in the forefront of our mind as educators, we do have many proactive measures in place already to address these things. Some examples would be through our Title IX office. We have Civil Rights and Me. We're actually working to update that this year, but that really helps with maybe that cyberbullying aspect in particular. We have social emotional learning curriculum that has lessons about limiting screen time and responsible use of technology and helping educate students about how it's impacting their mental health. We also have Common Sense Media, which is through our academic department, part of 21st Century Learning. How do we be critical consumers of information we are getting from the internet? So we have a lot of proactive measures in place that have been in place for many years with our district to help address some of these concerns.
Deputy Superintendent, and this is unusual. Usually there's more lights on. I don't know where the conversation is going to lead us or what actions might come at a point in the future, but I would like to recommend that however we move forward, that this be built into back to school messaging. I know that my younger son's elementary school participates in Screen Free Week, which is not just television, but it's also devices as well. So no matter where this conversation goes, I think it would be great to move forward with back to school activities, things like that, with messaging coming out from the schools. It sounds like we have a lot of great programming, even potential parent universities. But as we all know, and I'm going to state probably the most obvious thing that is said tonight, we don't buy cell phones for our students, which means we need to make parents our partners in a lot of these actions. And so, no matter where this goes, I'd really like to see this built into back to school and regular programming so that there's not a variation. Again, we might decide to focus on one aspect of education or ages, but overall, I would like to see that built in going forward, and that's just a suggestion as one trustee.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate you emphasizing that this is our community and our shared responsibility to collectively engage in this process. So at the beginning of the presentation, I showed you a quote that talked about nuances. So here's where I start to get into some of these nuances. The next several slides, I'll be highlighting several nuances. As I mentioned, our administrative regulation didn't call out safety measures, and I don't think that we necessarily knew at the time the potential impacts, and we didn't have the kind of data that we have now. But student misuse of devices have resulted in students making either individual threats to other students or whole school threats that have definitely impacted the learning environment and schools. Sometimes those threats can take an extended amount of time to investigate and often involve school police engaging in that work. It can take a lot of time to get down to the bottom of things to ensure safety. So that's just something to highlight. And then when we start thinking about emergency response to schools and emergency situations, lockdowns, things like that, Chief Moore definitely can talk to you about some of these details. However, like, these are the nuances that we need to just be really thoughtful about when we develop practices. So devices that can interfere with emergency response. So examples would be they can interfere with directions. So if school staff is trying to give students directions about what to do in an emergency situation or an emergency drill, if they're using their electronic device and it's giving different information, it can cause confusion and possibly delay the process. There's a risk of overloading the cell phone system. This has occurred in some emergency situations. If we have lots of people on site trying to call, we also have other people calling, and emergency personnel is trying to communicate through cell phone technology. It can overload our system. It can impede public safety response. So to further clarify that, so it can accelerate parent and community arrival on the scene of a potential emergency. So they could be coming into an emergency situation and putting themselves in an unsafe situation, or the school could be attempting to evacuate students and get them out as we have parents arriving, and it just causes a lot of confusion and slows down the process. And then lastly, it could accelerate the spread of misinformation. We've had many times when we've had like a code red drill happening, and we've had students text out, "We're in a code red," to their parents, and then parents are afraid that their child's in a code red, and it was a drill to begin with. So that misinformation has then led to a lot of emergency response that was for a drill. So those are just a couple of examples, and I would encourage you, if you have a lot of specific questions on this, at the end, Chief Moore will certainly be more knowledgeable about answering them than I will. But that's kind of just an overview of why safety concerns need to be thought through and addressed in policies.
All right, if we can go back to that one.
Oh, sorry.
I'll wait for Chief Moore for more specific things, but one example of this that we saw just last school year, who remembers the incident that I believe originated out of Florida, found its way across the entire nation, and resulted in potentially the single day with the most non-attendance outside of contingency days, potentially. And again, that was an example of that. And so a lot of people lived through that. A lot of community members remember the fear from that, and that's just an illustration of what you're pointing out right now.
Well, let me just pile on that and bring it home. Had a lockdown last year, and maybe the year before. Time has flown so fast. But this is my own children. Code red, image of a law enforcement officer with an automatic weapon in front of the school, and that was circulated. I got it, but it was a hoax. So that ties directly into accelerating the spread of misinformation, rumors, and fears. So it's real. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like us at this point to kind of shift our thinking just a little bit, if we can. We see students a lot. I would like us to frame this in adults. I do not believe that this is a student problem. I believe that this is a group of individuals in our schools and around our schools, and even think of the workplace. How often have you gone to a workplace and waited for the person who's going to help you to get off their cell phone? So I would really like us to focus on this as being a human situation that we all need to work on. Yes, we're here to educate our students. We're here to support them. But we need to concentrate on adults as well. Thank you.
So diving on, I apologize.
No, thank you, Madam President. Sorry, I actually got I'm going to be honest, I'm really on the fence with all this. I've been pretty vocal with my friends and colleagues here. I'm not 100% sold on this. So with that, I do have a few questions up to this point, because I've been just, what questions do I really have? I'm going to push out. I got a lot of them. It sounds like some of the things that you're pointing out is things that we as a district can be doing better, such as the code red drills. We need to let our parents and their guardians know that this is what's happening, so that, you know, when little Timmy says, hey, there's a code red, parents know that this is a drill. You know, like, yeah, we know about it, we just got a notification about it 5 minutes ago. You know, so there is no, real risk there. Holding students accountable. I mean, we could go back several slides and talk about the distractions, the bullying, the fighting. That is stuff that we as a district should be taken accountable and hold our students accountable as. So I see all this stuff. Is it really the cell phone, or is it really the student, the action? So I do have those questions. And again, these rumors, I mean, this is not stuff that just takes place in school, as we're talking about. This is bullying and stuff that happens outside of school. So we're trying to create this, I feel like, paint a picture of this will fix all our problems. That's what I'm feeling from this presentation, so I'll be honest. And I don't know if that's the case. And so, I mean, the fact of the matter is, Trustee Nicolette, I mean, I think cell phones are here. I don't think they'll go anywhere. So can we, like, promote this healthy environment on how and when it's appropriate to use cell phones, which I will agree with that. There are plenty of adults that don't know that. But again, I also think that's a parenting issue, society issue, and that is something that we could teach our students personally. And really, it's, I've sat here and said, technology is here. We've got Space Force, we got so much technology going on, and we need to teach our kids to embrace it rather than try to ban it or restrict it. So I don't know where we're trying to go at with all this. So I'm going to wait a little bit more on that. But I will ask you a question. Have the parents weighed in? Have you done a district-wide survey with our parents? What are their thoughts on it? Because it sounds like we're doing a lot of talking amongst staff and amongst what's everyone else doing, but what do our parents want? Have you done anything about that?
Thank you, Clerk Rodriguez. So just a little bit later in the presentation, you'll see more information in terms of a really good example where parents were absolutely embraced wholeheartedly, front and center, as a part of the process, and in fact provided such meaningful information that the school used it to develop how they were using and going about addressing cell phones. So right now, there's examples of how different schools have embraced our parents. And I think, as with all things related to the district, it's really important that we seek our parents' feedback.
And looking through the PowerPoint, I do see some future steps, and that was one thing that I didn't see. So if this is proposed to staff again or proposed to the board again, I just, as one trustee, would definitely want to see that tangible survey that's done by our community, and not just parents, but staff and our students as well. I know we've done that in the past. So any feedback on that?
Absolutely. So when you see the presentation a little bit later, we actually do have a parent that's going to be speaking about that. But you're right, it is very complex and it's very nuanced, and things evolve quicker than we can even think. And so I hope that as things progress, you start to understand that where we're successful is when we engage in a process, and essential to that process is stakeholder input, which of course parents are essential, but also students are essential to have their voice in this. When we talk about things like students being insubordinate and refusing, when we start peeling back the layers and finding out why and listening to students, we learn a lot. So yeah, we definitely need to make sure that we are talking, and at the schools that have very successful implementation, it's when they engage their stakeholders and their parents in that thoughtful discussion. I have a couple of examples later on that I'll share with you. And then I'm also going to share with you some missteps that have happened along the way across the nation. And you'll also see many of those missteps occur when you don't take the time to get input. So, thank you. All right.
Really quick, before we continue, since we can't see him on screen, I just want to make sure that we take a brief pause to make sure that Trustee Church doesn't want to join or doesn't have any questions up to this point.
I do, actually. Thank you very much. Basically, the slide on the mental health was telling. That's what Mr. Eppolito and his organization's been talking about for a long, long time. However, as you mentioned, Madam President, we can't control what the kids look at or do on their cell phones when they're regulation or anything like that. The issue that Mr. Roberto brought up was the policy versus the regulation. And as I see the way forward, my big concern is what happens in the classroom. In other words, some places have gone to pouches where you put the cell phone in, you get it when you leave. That means it's accessible in an emergency, but it's not available during the class for kids to be texting. Kind of like that idea. I think that's the focus of what we need to look at, is the actual classroom. In terms of the comments about the time it takes to take away the phone from the kid and deal with the disciplinary actions, I get it. I know they're going to happen, but it seems like it's still, we can't ignore it. We can't excuse bad behavior. We can't leave the kids with cell phones because there might be a confrontation, and that kind of bad behavior needs to be dealt with. So I just wanted to throw that on the table, that I think taking the phones away from the students during classroom is probably a viable alternative. And again, I would think that we could have a policy, or redo our policy to include some reference to that, or we could simply provide general direction to the superintendent to include it in the regulation. But those are my thoughts. So thank you for remembering me. Thanks.
Absolutely, and you're exactly right. So all options are on the table, and that's exactly why we're starting with a dialogue and getting all of our ideas out there. But you're exactly right. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So my personal feeling is that there will be less confrontation the more consistency there is. At least consistency within an individual building. I understand that schools and grade levels might have different nuances and ways of doing this, but I think teacher to teacher inside of a building, if there is a lack of consistency, I think that opens the door for more confrontation, because especially when students have multiple teachers, if Mr. Johnson is allowing this with cell phones, and then the next class period they go to, Mrs. Jones doesn't allow that, it's very confusing for a student to weigh in, what should I be doing, what shouldn't I be doing? Well, I can do it in Mr. Johnson's class, I should be able to do it here. I just think that leaves a really gray area. I think whatever we do, we have to do it with consistency, and everybody needs to get behind that, or we might as well just not even have a plan.
Thank you. I think you hit on a key point. Consistency is very important, and staff buy-in is very important. Consistency happens when there's staff buy-in. Consistency doesn't happen when there's confusion amongst the staff or not everyone's on the same page. So I hope in the sample that you see some of the things to celebrate with some steps forward that were very positive, and also some challenges with that, because it goes back to that continual process. But thank you for the comment. Continuing on, another nuance that is not outlined in our current regulation that has been something that has really come to the forefront of our practice is special circumstances. So we have hundreds of students who are currently receiving accommodations through either an individual education plan or a Section 504 plan. That affords them the opportunity to leverage their smartphone, their smartwatches, or other electronic devices for either health or educational purposes. So a prime example of this is a student with diabetes may be monitoring their blood sugar through an app on their phone, and when their blood sugar gets dangerously low, their parents get an alert, and sometimes those parents will then be calling their child and say, you need to report to the clinic immediately and have somebody walk with you. Student would not necessarily be aware that their blood sugar was getting so dangerously low if it wasn't for that app. So in that case, it's a life-saving measure. We have a lot of variety in terms of the types of accommodations that are afforded to students, and they're very individualized, but that would be just one example. We also have students benefiting from services through our English language department. Some of those students are new to country and often rely on translation devices. We have a lot of different languages, and so they've leveraged them to assist with that translation to help with the transition into our public school system. And then lastly, there are other individual and family circumstances that require consideration of special circumstances. For example, and some of these can be very extreme, like court orders and restraining orders and things like that, where we've got some serious safety concerns, just down to maybe some parents that are saying, no, it's necessary for me to track my child at all times. I need to know where they're at. So taking the time to listen to these special circumstances and not having a regulation that dismisses the voice of these really, really important nuances that are specific to children's medical needs, education needs, and safety needs.
Yeah, this was a real aha moment for me, because I mean the reality is, and I don't want to presuppose, you know, the direction that we'll go right now, but with IEPs, with these nuances, as you said, I mean you can't restrict these points. I mean, these are IEPs, these are 504 plans. I mean, by federal law, if this is what their team decides that they need a device for, you know, these purposes, that's in a fixed plan, right? I mean, you can't
Absolutely.
ban that. You can't restrict it.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'd like to piggyback off that, because Clerk Rodriguez brought up a really big point, which is parent voice and all of this, in addition to the students as well. Anybody can go onto social media right now as adults and see how parents respond to this, and they have all these what if. So any plan that comes out of this board in this district would be wise to pull in parents to make sure that whatever it is we bring forward has these caveats clearly spelled out, so we can preemptively say, well, Susie has diabetes and she has an app. In that case, this will be the situation. The only thing I will add to this is that I do think it needs to be formal. So what I mean is that just because a parent says their child needs this is not, in my mind, enough, okay? We're talking about IEPs, we're talking about 504s, we're talking about very specific things, and there would need to be that level of requirement in that decision so that this does not, no matter where we go, turn into parents can just opt their kids out. So that's just kind of some thoughts ahead that I'll just share, that there has to really be specific documented needs and not just necessarily an opt-out in general, because parents want the ability to text their kids a change in pickup time or something like that.
Okay, very good point, thank you. Much like immunization exemptions, which of course is backed up by NRS, but in this case, to your point, to have some kind of process whereby, I mean, I will give you an example. When I was the director of the Early Learning Center up at TMCC, there seemed like there was a fad where you don't want your kids to have whole milk or cow's milk, you know, and it was, so parents would come to you and say, I don't want my kid to have that kind, my child, to have that kind of milk, they need something special. So then there was an expectation, because we were on the special milk program, that we would purchase that special milk for them. Well, yeah, no, that didn't work real well. There was a lot of waste. So we very simply just said, okay, Diane, if you want your child to have this special accommodation, we will comply. You have to provide us with whatever it is you want us to exchange it with. So to your point, I think we do have to have something very clear that adults can see the intentionality and have some level of responsibility.
Thank you, Madam President. And actually kind of piggyback off of Madam President said, you know, depending how the surveys and all that stuff and all the materials come together when it is presented again, maybe there's more information I'll learn. But I do like what President Smith is saying, if it does come to that, you know, the cell phone, 504 IEP, something that I know that will probably be a logistical nightmare is that you got to get that done within a certain amount of time, correct? So if there are students that need a device part of their program or their, is that something that we won't be able to accommodate?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
From the time, like, when a student needs a, or
You're
parents
talking like
want,
from the time we have a meeting where it's an identified need?
correct.
You know, for the most part, when things are written into the IEP, that they pretty much have things in place. We do have an assistive technology department that will sometimes then, download some software that's necessary, and we have a whole process in place for that. But yes, it is a very timely response.
Okay, so I guess hypothetically speaking, if someone has a child that has diabetes, they need to keep this device on them, or there's a court order, something like that, or a language barrier. How long from the time of applying that this child needs to have this need to the time that's implemented?
These special circumstances are not currently outlined in our administrative regulations, so that's part of those nuances that were not considered back in 2015 that certainly need to be updated and considered moving forward.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like we're piggybacking on top of our piggybacking because what I think of with that is really there's always unique situations that come up, but really if we do at some point in the future move forward with a change, it would be surprising to all of a sudden see a huge interest in IEPs where a child specifically needs to have a cell phone. So I would like to think that a lot of the children who may be dealing with anxiety, diabetes, those things are a fairly consistent level. And it would be interesting to see after the fact, if anything does happen in the future, if all of a sudden there's a rush of requests for IEPs, things like that. So, but I see where you're going with that. Okay.
And I guess I would just go back to the word process. If we don't engage in a process where people feel like they have a voice, then you do try to look for workarounds or loopholes in whatever system is in place. So if something like that were to happen, I think that would be a signal that we made a misstep and didn't engage them in the valuable stakeholder input.
Thank you, President Smith. I don't see a lot of people rushing to do the IEPs. I mean, it's a lot of time on the parents' part. There's having a child that had an IEP. I mean, there are meetings, there's follow-up meetings, there's umpteen paperwork to process and to sit through and talk about and go over. So I don't see that happening, and maybe we could, I got out of what Trustee Rodriguez was saying was, so if a child really needs the IEP, and so therefore it's mandated that they have a cell phone, how long can we get that process done so that they can have the cell phone? Maybe we just have something in the policy that if a child is even identified that they might need a possibility of an IEP or a 504, allow the cell phone until the process is completed. And then if it's deemed that, well, this child really doesn't need a 504 or an IEP, well then if the policy is no cell phones, then there would be no cell phone. But that way we're not doing anything against any federal regulations, and parents that really feel that their child needs an IEP would have the phone right away. I mean, I don't know. I think that's an easy get around, but I just don't see a parent, opting in just to have an IEP for a cell phone. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a few, but I think it would be a few.
Okay, so now we're going to shift gears just a little bit. We've been talking about our district and our regulation and our practices. We're going to shift to some national trends. Obviously, I've talked about some national trends that have been occurring, and this is not an exhaustive list, but just here's some recent things that have happened in the news that we're all aware of. So in May of 2024, Clark County School District announced that students in middle and high school were going to be placing their cell phones in non-locking signal blocking pouches. And as we're following the news, there's currently petitions that are being signed by stakeholders that do not support this decision. So again, just kind of looking about some things that are happening nationally and keeping our eye on those trends. So in June of 2024, the Surgeon General called for, notice it's not cell phone, but social media warning labels due to links between social media use and possible links with children's mental health. So again, it kind of goes back to that engagement and social media. That may be a part of what they're using their phone for during the school day, but a lot of that happens outside of the school. And so just thinking really thoughtfully about what the Surgeon General is saying, I think it goes back to some of the conversations we've been having about how we have a community, and this is a community issue, and having everybody working together. Then later on that very same month, June 2024, Los Angeles Unified School District announced a movement towards the nation's largest district-wide cell phone ban. But it's quite interesting when you hear that word ban, that these trends and regulations, again, have lots of nuances. So I'm going to refer you back to that. Before I talk about these nuances, I just want to emphasize that these are a couple of topics in the news, but we are seeing things at the national, state, district, and local level throughout our nation. And it's all due to misuse of the technology interfering with instruction. That's really what the root of this is, and the mental health impacts. So when we say things like bans, it's very interesting people's interpretation of that. There's some things like cell phone hotels, you may have heard them called, like the picture in the bottom right corner, a caddy that we have students put their cell phones in when they walk into the classroom. There's more refined versions of that. There's locking cabinets, a whole variety. We have the pouches, like I mentioned, that Clark County School District is going towards. There's a picture of one in the top corner there. The level of regulation we find varies. Some districts have some regulations that only apply to high school. Some have regulations that only apply to middle school. So that's been an interesting trend. And then those nuances about, is it okay in the lunchroom? In the classroom, is it okay if the teacher says it's okay? What is the guidelines for that? What about passing time? What about recess? And there's a lot of variability when you get into those areas.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, President Smith. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. This is exactly what we're here to do.
So I just want to bring up some things that has been mentioned to me by some of my principals and teachers in schools. And my gosh, letting a child have their phone to go if they're going to the restroom, that's just asking for them to be dilly-dallying. Why do you need your phone in the bathroom, number one? But and the other thing is pretty much administrators and teachers are all in their areas once instruction starts, and so there's not going to be really anyone observing that child going to the restroom. And if the child's taking a long time coming back, now what does this teacher do? Have to break away from the class to go round up that student, or take time to call someone to round up the student? And when they're passing in the hallways, so they do say it's a problem with the cell phones in the bathroom. Kids congregate, they're on the phone and getting late to class. But when they're in passing, we have hall monitors. Most of the principals are out and their staff is out. Let's get to class. Come on, you guys. So there's not going to be really that dilly-dallying, leaning against the wall and texting. I mean, they're moving traffic along. The lunchroom, I'm just going to say, our kids don't know how to socially interact. I mean, when you're having a meal with people, that's when they should be talking and conversing, an eye-to-eye conversation, and getting the nuance of facial expression and gestures, and not some just one-line things that can be misinterpreted. I just think we really need to be thinking about every little tiny thing when we think of what we're doing here, because some of these things are definitely can be hindering our kids to develop socially, like I said, at lunch, And when they're going to class, they're being monitored, but the bathrooms are a definite problem. Every principal I've talked to, every teacher, the bathrooms are a definite problem. So I keep throwing these things out, so I know we're not deciding anything right now, but just so everyone has this kind of in their mind when they're thinking this through. So thank you.
I appreciate that, because one thing that I don't think we would be able to properly quantify is, I believe, the epidemic of lost instructional time. So fundamentally, our job as a school district is to educate kids, period, and to prepare them for the real world. So when you imagine the number of minutes being lost due to inattention or student incidents, among other things, and you add that up, our goal that we've made very clear in our strategic plan and in the community is to improve academic outcomes. And so we have to start looking at all of these opportunities that are inadvertently pulling us away from our goal, which is educating kids and preparing them for the real world. And so on that note, I'll pause, because I know the very next slide is some additional national trends we've been seeing about this.
Madam President, I just want to say ditto. Thank you. Ditto.
So before I move on to the next slide, I just want to reiterate the word process, because when a process is in place and we're engaging our community, it really helps from making mistakes. And this next slide is going to kind of highlight some mistakes that some people have made along the way. And in moving a little bit too quickly towards decisions that weren't necessarily vetted all the way. So I cannot emphasize enough that stakeholder input and collective buy-in is essential. If people don't understand the why we're doing this, why it's important, why we value it, they're not going to value it, they're not going to buy into it. And then we're just doing something to people, not with people. And we want to be a district that does this with people. Whatever decisions we make, we're going to do it together. We've learned a lot about honoring student voice. Students haven't always had a voice. We've done these policies to students, and then we wonder why students don't want to follow the policy and don't want to do it. Students need to understand the why, and then when we listen to them, they give us a lot of perspective, because they've grown up in a world where this is all they know. We may have been children in school where cell phones weren't a thing. They are, so we need to listen to them.
Annie, not to put you on the spot, but do you want to jump in on this?
Yeah, I think a lot of what's being said is coming from the perspective that we're going to ban phones in schools, which is why the concerns come up about like, oh, well, all the, special circumstances. And I think that's important to remember that schools can deal with things with each circumstance. So we can't go into it thinking like, oh, well, we're just going to ban them, because I don't think that's what will probably end up happening, because it's unrealistic with the amount that we rely on them and with the lack of resources our schools have. We do need phones in our schools, but we don't necessarily need them out all the time. They don't need to be on our desks. And the bathrooms, it's a huge problem. I mean, I don't even use our school bathrooms because it's just gross, and you just never know what's going to happen in there, and phones only, accelerate the fear and just kind of bring more worries into it. But I do think at lunch, kind of what you said, it is a big thing that students are using, but from what I've seen, my time in the lunchroom, not that many kids are actually on their phone. There's a lot of social engagement, which is surprising, because you'd think, oh, they'd rather go on their phones. But the time I'd rather go on my phone is in class if I'm bored or something like that. Like when I'm with my friends, I want to be with my friends. And there are those students, they're sitting alone and go on their phones, but at that point, that's kind of nice that they have something to do. That kind of sounds terrible, but it's something for them so that they're not alone. And yes, that is what we use, because we're awkward and don't know how to, just be alone and not need a phone. But I think there's definitely pros and cons. And then at the end, I have other things that I'll bring up that were on the slides and stuff. But I think the biggest thing is that we have to go into it open-minded, that, we might choose an option that allows for phones, but not constant, like, oh, I can see my notifications popping up, because that's the problem. It is taking away from instructional time. And I mean, my school does it well, I think, also though, because we have a lot of hall monitors during the like while class is in, and so during that time where people are going to the bathroom and having their phones, we're supposed to be leaving our phones, but there's, you know, hall monitors going in the bathrooms and making sure that other things aren't happening, including going on your phone, which has been really positive and makes it feel safer. And then also during, you know, lunchtime and stuff is when people are walking around, but it does feel safer to have those adults walking around, being out in the halls and things like that. So yeah, I think that's kind of what I got for now.
I think that's great. I'd like to elevate something that Trustee Nicolette also touched on, and in my interpretation of it, applies to bullet 4, which is that the students are often one step ahead. So to elevate what you said, I'm not suggesting that no children, that they don't, to some degree, buy their own technology, but we have to be realistic. It's parents who are buying the additional forms of technology, and anybody can watch this. Carson City just recently adopted a new approach. Clark did. There was a survey, or not a survey, but a petition with tens of thousands of people on there. You can watch these conversations in social media groups, and parents are very open about, I am buying my child a fake phone to put in the pouch so that they can have another one. And they will tell you this right out there. I mean, like, anybody can go online and watch these groups. So to elevate again what Trustee Nicolette said, this is really a family and a parent thing that we need to pull them in, because we have to ideally create a solution that fits Washoe County, but also helps parents understand why we don't want them openly saying that they're going to be buying burner phones so that their children lock up the non-phone, but then they secretly have the other phone. So I just wanted to elevate that it's not, in these cases, I don't think kids are one step ahead. It's families are strategizing to circumvent a lot of these things too, but hopefully we can minimize that with proper parental input and involvement in whatever we do.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Annie, for your perspective. Greatly appreciate that. So when we start talking about taking devices away from students, there's some potential liability of taking a device away or taking their devices and storing them. What happens if they're lost or damaged? We need to think through that. There's potential fiscal impacts of decisions such as those cell phone pouches. When I was at the previous slide, right down in the bottom right corner, just a rough estimate, if we did a very low-level technology of just having them put their cell phones in a little pouch like that as they walked in, to put those pouches in every single middle and high school classroom in our district would be roughly $30,000, just to give you a rough estimate. If we were to do something like the picture above and do cell phone pouches, for middle and high school, I think it was around $820,000. I think Dr. Turner could give you more details. If we were to do something like all the way K-12, that would be like $1.8 million. And that's just for one. What happens if it gets damaged or lost or something, then we'd have to have backup. So there's definitely some fiscal impacts of decisions that would need to be thought through. Then the fourth bullet, we already mentioned a little bit about students being one step ahead, or sometimes adults being one step ahead when it comes to personal electronic devices. We see that with the idea of getting an extra phone to evade the restrictions, use of smartwatches. You can get a plan on your smartwatch and use your smartwatch just like a cell phone. There's Bluetooth headphones, so if you're, sometimes you can be engaged in listening to music and those kinds of things, and if your hair is covering it up, you don't even know it. So there's lots of nuances there. There's probably things we haven't even thought about, AI and how could that be misused. Again, everything evolves faster than we can probably keep up with. So I just think that that's important to be aware of. And then in some cases across the country that have moved quickly to a ban, they've noticed that it actually exacerbated the need to quote-unquote catch up during allowable times. Whether that allowable time was before or after school, or if they allowed it in the hallways or at lunch, as soon as students were allowed to use them, that's all they did. So they would see students not engaging with each other and not spending time with each other because they had to catch up from their access to their technology. Next, there's been some cases where there's an increased usage of bathroom passes so that they can use their phones and smartwatches outside of people's watchful eye. And then special consideration must be anticipated and strategized. That's like those special circumstances like the 504s and IEPs and things like that. Districts that didn't think about that and moved too quickly to decisions have found themselves in a very difficult situation.
Thank you. And I will speak for myself. One thing that's extremely important for me to hold in the forefront in all of this, because we're really talking about student engagement and academic performance and success and having fun in classrooms and all of that, the last thing that I want to have happen is for teachers now to need to spend 15 more minutes every class period ensuring phones are in pouches and trying to help students comply with whatever might come down the pike. That is counterintuitive to what we're trying to do. And I've had parents and community members say something that seems, pretty obvious because, we're a little older and we think about the past, is, well, in my day, we used to just have the parent call the front office. The other thing I do not want to have happen is now all of a sudden our administrative assistants, who have very important work to do, every moment of their day are now answering phones from Diane because I need you to go see if Annie fed the dog. So I want to keep that in the forefront, that we cannot burden our employees with whatever we decide.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just trying, I totally get what Trustee Nicolette is saying, but I think there might be a lot of that in the beginning, but that we would need to make sure our communication is precise and it gets out to all the parents, that those kinds of calls, I'm going to piggyback on a piggyback from way back. We're here, we're supposed to be educating these children and preparing them for the future. I think that's the most important thing. I think the next thing is so that our children know how to interact respectfully and can communicate with others. I think that's a huge thing. But we have to, I guess, educate the parents now that we're not there to make sure the dog's fed. So we might get some of that in the beginning, and it might take onesies and twosies and threesies of phone calls where parents understand, I'm sorry, but we're not here to run messages to the child. And the child, I'm sorry, but I don't want to sound cranky here, but my God, the parents would think it's okay to text the child in the middle of instruction, did you feed the dog? And the child, I mean, you guys, come on. Where have we gotten to here? Seriously, where have we come from, and now where have we arrived? And at some point, us as a district we're going to have to grab those reins and say our job is to instruct and prepare your children enough. And I think it's a small handful groups of people that would think it's okay to interfere on instruction with their child. And then maybe it's going to be our responsibility to educate those parents that this is not okay. We're here to instruct your child and prepare your child. And it's going to take it would take some work, it would take communication, it would take education. It's if we decide that it's important enough to put the work in for that, or if we feel it's too heavy a lift and we just let things continue on. But the other thing is too, is what business allows their employees to sit around on their phones? They don't. Because nothing would get done. No business would get done unless it pertains to the business at hand. Unless you're using your phone to email other organizations that are involved with you. But just to sit on a phone at your desk, you know, looking at your pop-ups, emailing, texting, all of that, no business is going to get done. And we're in the business to educate children. Do we want to be successful in that business? That's what we have to ask ourselves. And so, yeah, a lot of these things are going to pop up and they're going to be annoying. And it might take a year to get everybody on board, but I can guarantee you we could do it. If we decide to pull together as a team and to communicate with parents the importance, it would get done. It would get done. It's whether or not we want to grab those reins.
So the closing statement in the slide at the bottom says, in order for a full school ban to be effective, you really have to have strong leadership supporting the staff and enforcing it. And this came from the same article that highlighted the different trends that we're seeing across the nation. And I put that there to help introduce our next slide. You get a little bit of a break from me. Former Reno High School principal Chris Hackbush, now associate chief, will be coming up and kind of talking about the journey that he did with his school. I'm just going to step aside because he's going to have some guests joining him here shortly. So hopefully he'll be able to talk to you a lot about that process that he engaged in.
Thank you, Deputy. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Board President Smith, and Superintendent Ernst. My name is Chris Hackbush, and I am the new Associate Chief for Secondary Schools, for the record. Joining me in a few moments this afternoon will be Melissa Cavalicio and Finn Smith, two student voice representatives from Reno High School, along with Parent and Booster President Willow Kennedy. The We Are Present campaign is a pilot student electronic device policy Reno High School implemented last January. I want to take you through the process we took to develop the pilot policy, along with the purpose and adjustments we made along the way leading into this school year. In September of last year, teacher leaders of Reno High School advocated for a school-wide policy tightening up our cell phone usage for students during instructional time, as we aimed to reclaim instructional time, student focus, collaborative instructional techniques, decreasing cyberbullying, and improve the overall mental health and well-being of our students. Shortly after that staff meeting, I had the opportunity to do a professional development up in Oregon, University of Oregon Enrollment Management Board, which I've been a member for 10 years. And in that PD, I have the opportunity to collaborate with 25 other educators all over the country. What we do on the first day is we do campus updates. So we listen to what's going on at their sites and their districts. The first six educators before my time to share all mentioned new cell phone policies. So it was very timely. So suffice to say, I came home with a handful of policies to look through. Reno High School created a draft policy that addressed cell phones, earbuds during instructional time. The focus was to promote student self-regulation and management of their cell phone use. Students had the option to have their own devices on them put away, out of sight, out of mind, including their earbuds. Many teachers were already doing this in our classroom, by the way. If they chose to hand their devices to the teacher, that was their choice. Again, self-regulation, self-management. If they showed they needed help complying with that policy, teachers would confiscate the device, locating it in a box holder or caddy system of the teacher's choice for the remainder of the class period. To be true to our strategic plan, we shared and vetted this draft policy with family, both families, staff, and our Student Voice Forum that any student could attend. Out of discussions, we fine-tuned the draft policy, then shared it with our school community for 4 weeks leading up to winter break. This was through newsletters, social media alerts, and word of mouth from the teachers in the classroom. Upon return from winter break, staff received whatever holders they wanted for their classrooms. They collaborated during their PLCs. What did they want to use? It was kind of department specific. Then we had the professional development day, the return day before second semester started with staff, and they worked on best practices. So I had veteran staff who had already been doing the work in the building discuss, and we got a lot of great dialogue because you have varied levels of comfort with adults when dealing with technology with students. And so they really had some rich discussions, shared best practices, showed examples. It was a good discussion. During the third quarter, we had minimal issues with students not complying, and overall parents were supportive. Fourth quarter, however, we surveyed the staff. And when we did our classroom walkthroughs, we saw some slippage, obviously, some idle time use of cell phones, and the loosening of enforcement to fidelity in our building. So the takeaways from the pilot that our team took to revise the policy for this year. Staff had varying degrees when it comes to technology use and varying tolerances as classroom managers for cell phone use. From the pandemic, the pendulum has swung to students typing papers. My own son typed papers on his phone. I don't know how he did it. Taking formative assessments, using QR codes to access articles on the wall, safe voice texting system, school safety measures, research, checking their Infinite Campus for grade reports, utilizing Teams, and now Canvas. Some staff wanted the professional discretion and courtesy to use devices for instructional purposes in their lessons. Hall passes were being used, as we've mentioned earlier, for students to get on their cell phones. So we know that happened in the bathrooms and was often. We even heard some students bringing 2 phones to circumvent the policy. Earbuds and smartwatches are also something to be considered when revising any policies or regs. Students shared, and we do have some students coming up to discuss this, but students shared they wanted to make sure adults followed the policy as well during instructional time. They also wanted to know about laptops and technology, what was available during the classroom so they could do their papers and their research. Many schools have enough laptops to support students instructionally, because I talked to a lot of my colleagues. And a lot of my colleagues are already engaged in this work and have been for at least 2 years that I'm aware of. Upperclassmen reported understanding the why we were putting this policy in place. However, felt middle school level, this makes onboarding. So basically, with the middle schools, they're doing a little bit tougher policies at the middle school level that we found through this research and going through this policy, which helps the onboarding of 9th graders. So when you have the 9th graders rolling up, there's already an expectation, which I was happy to find out. Underclassmen may test the policy more, just that's your general growing up, right? It should be noted that many of our middle schools and high schools have been engaged in these new policies and pilots for a couple years. The We Are Present campaign was intentionally named versus going with a ban approach. Emphasis on we and present, the focus, the interaction. In the conversations with students, we emphasized wanting students to understand we are not doing this to them, we are doing it for and with them. With students understanding and working with us, they become powerful stewards in finding success with this challenge. They run the school. from my experience. Data must be taken at the administrative level in walkthroughs if we're going to hone in on what's going on in the classroom. We need more data. We need to assess the fidelity of the enforcement happening in the classroom. We added a walkthrough look for this school year. Something easy to notice. Is it instructional in nature? Can the students, is there clarity around what the students are telling you, what they're using it for, what they're learning, and can the teachers? So you can find that out 3 to 5 minutes, okay? Versus idle time, scrolling, notifications. Other data, discipline data. Are we logging? Are we seeing any decreases in certain behaviors? Student achievement data. Is there increased focus happening and learning in the classroom as we exponentially focus on what's happening during instructional time? Some of the nuances that we changed to our pilot heading into this year were the hall passes, no phones during hall passes. So you have to surrender, that's your collateral for going on a pass. Then also, if you are tardy and on your phone, that's instructional time. A tardy is instructional time, loss of instructional time. So that is being addressed in a tougher way as well. You have to think about substitutes in your buildings. You have to consider all the scenarios that were provided to you about health plans, accommodation plans, emergencies. Parents, many of us do it. Track your kids on Live 360, right? So if that blip goes away, anxiety for parents. And then I thought in my new role as associate chief, I'm going to be in classrooms this year. I already have 2 phones, okay? I have an iPad, which I'm going to be taking lots of artifacts in buildings this year. You know, the parents or the adults, we need to walk the walk as well. So we need to have an awareness of how we're perceived when it comes to technology. We learned many important lessons, and in this important work, it is about reclaiming instructional time, focus, positive peer interactions, and the mental health and well-being of our students. We must support our students in becoming strong self-managers, because what are the outcomes we're trying to get with our students? While creating a culture through our strategic plan in valuing all members of our community, students, staff, and our families, following that continual cycle of improvement in this process. So with that, I first want to introduce Melissa to come up and share her perspective on this topic.
Hi, Melissa. Welcome.
It's Melissa. Sorry. That's okay. It's tricky.
Oh.
It's
Hey, how'd I do with your last name, though?
You made me sound Italian.
We practiced a few times at Starbucks.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Let me get a little organized here. Okie dokie. So, guess I was gonna start off with kind of explaining our policy. What?
I've got that. I can handle that. Thank you so much. So just so you understand, it's okay. You're doing fine. Don't worry. We appreciate you being here, and our audience should not be instructing you. This is being recorded, and we also have community members that are listening along. So the closer you sit,
So
the louder we're able to hear. That's it. But don't worry. I'm going to help you every step of the way. We're here to support you, and I'll just have a general reminder to everyone that I got this. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. So I was going to start off by saying about our policy, but Mr. Hackbush kind of covered that. It was really up to the teachers. I know a lot of teachers, they use the caddies. A lot of teachers, they had a little box where if you were on your phone, it'd go in the box for either the rest of the day or the rest of the class. And then I really didn't have any teachers who changed except saying keep it in your backpack. But I was in a lot of higher level AP classes, and most of the students in those higher level classes are a little bit better. So after the policy was implemented, I did kind of see a little shift in the students, at least the ones I was around. Everyone seemed to feel more guilty if they were on their phone, everyone was like definitely keeping it in their backpack more, or at least trying to hide it a little more. So yeah, but I think I definitely saw a decrease in usage, especially like Mr. Hackfish said, in that third quarter. Things went a little worse in the fourth quarter, but that's just why we need like constant like implementation. But like if there was any like downtime in class, students would just immediately go to their phones, which is not what we want. Everyone was quite annoyed. Everyone was like, why are we doing this? What's the point of this? So that's why I think we should really emphasize like why this is. I was saying before I spoke at another place, like we need to emphasize that phones and social media are like bad for mental health. Like you're here to learn, not here to snap your friends and AP Psych or whatever. But yeah, that's why I was like, the people were annoyed, but some people, I think, definitely grew from it. They were like, okay, they kind of checked themselves. I think I definitely did. Another big point, students see their phones like a personal right. They're super protective of it. That the things kids hated the most was it getting taken away, especially if it was taken away for the whole day. Like I know one of my close friends, her phone was locked in our math teacher's box, and then he got mad at her at the end of the day because it was buzzing so much. And then she's like, then why did you take it? So it's just, it's really tricky because like you don't want them to be on their phones. You don't think they can keep it in their backpack, but also when you take it away, they're like, you're taking away something that I own, that my parents paid for, or I paid for, and it's my belonging, not yours. So this is why I kind of like to keep it in your backpack mindset, like out of sight, out of mind. So if there's an emergency, you can still access it. I know my dad had a heart transplant. He has all these medical stuff going on. I like to know, like one day in 7th grade, I came home and everyone was gone, and that was rough on me. So having your phone kind of helps. But also, like, I think Trustee Nicolette touched on, like, or, I was like, sorry, I'm struggling to remember, like, bombarding admin will just cause more problems with running the school in general. So that's why having it in case of emergencies is pretty good. Okay, okay. Okay, so one of my things is that I think students have kind of just like lost wanting to learn. Like there's just no culture of like desire to learn anymore with a big portion of the student population. Like I know a lot of students, they're just there to get their credits and graduate, but they don't really care about anything they're learning. They'll just do anything to get an easy A. Like I've heard people say that in their AP classes, and I'm like, well, what's the point of this? So just some way to rebuild the culture of education to just have students have the desire to be off their phones because they're actually intrigued in learning. They're intrigued in what they're doing, not if this guy they like is snapping them. Oh, one thing that I really liked that one of my teachers did last year, he was telling me on the first day of school, or he told the whole class, like, I'm here to teach you, and I can't do that unless you put the phones away. I don't want cell phone usage in this class unless I explicitly state it. Please respect me, and I'll respect your belongings. And that was definitely the class I used my phone in the least, because, like, here's this teacher who's empathizing with me and saying, like, I understand you want to be on your phone, but this is my job. I'm here to teach you, and you signed up for this class. You're here to learn. And I think that's important for teachers to do, because there's definitely like students, they don't respect their teachers. That's what I've learned. I've literally heard this person that I used to be friends with say, well, I don't care about my teachers, they don't care about me. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. I think our teachers care about us a lot, especially the ones I've had here at Reno. Okay, I touched on that. Phones are bad for mental health. Definitely just like kind of getting that out there, like phones, social media, bad for mental health, especially for girls, because it's that whole self-image thing, all of that. So really getting that out there, using posters or even posting it on social media, which sounds counterintuitive, but that's how you get to students. And then going back to like getting your possessions taken away, maybe instead of like getting it taken away, kids have the choice to put it away at the start of class or keep it in their backpacks. I really like that because you can either have it away or the teacher has it in a box that's also away, or trading it in for like a fidget toy or like a piece of coloring paper, because I know I really like doodling when my teachers lecture, even if I'm like taking notes and then doodling and whatnot. I think it keeps me focused, and I know a lot of students like twiddling with pens or something like that, maybe trading their phone in so it's not like, so it's a fair trade instead of your teacher taking it away. And did I write anything else? Yeah, I think that's it.
Thanks, Melissa. Was it Melissa or
Melise?
Melise. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. That way we can address you directly. So thank you so much for those insights. I really appreciate it. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. Honey, thank you for you were so prepared, Melise. I mean, so much information, and I can tell that you really took this to heart and wanted to communicate and pass along information to help us, and I really appreciate that. It just shows your integrity, and I think I want to ask you something, and this would be just your opinion,
Okay.
but when you said kids have really become disinterested, they're not excited about learning, do you think that could be because they're bombarded so much with outside things? I mean, the cell phone, like the notifications, they're just bombarded, and their head just can't get around, and they can't jump into what's right in front of them. And like, you were very prepared, but be prepared and be in the moment of what's being taught them. I mean, what do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of it, because like, I mean, if you were scrolling through Instagram and then you're suddenly learning about World War II, your mind might be focused on the Instagram reel you just watched. And those, I mean, like, me and my boyfriend, we call them the dopamine depleters, because like when you're scrolling through your phone, you're just like, you're becoming this zombie because you're just like going through that and whatnot. So like, I feel like that gets you in such a different mindset than what you should have in an educational space, like a classroom, of course.
Yeah. And also participating within the conversation that's going on. I mean, if you're just scrolling, you're not hearing what's going on around you, and you can't really be an active participant. And so I mean, the teachers we have are amazing. They're just amazing, and they want to pass on. They want to pass on this information and knowledge. They want the kids, to be excited about it and to grow. But I really think that distraction in the classroom, I mean, our teachers, they've already lost. They've already lost the battle, of gaining active participants in what's going on in that classroom. So that's another thing I think we all really need to be thinking about here. I mean, we want our kids to be active participants. We want our kids to be engaged. I mean, it's great that they're learning something, but just to be actively engaged and to be contributors. I mean, you can't be a contributor if you're scrolling on your phone.
No.
You just can't. And it's not fair to our kids, you guys. It's not fair.
Yeah,
So, thank you again.
And I believe we have another student that's coming up. Although I think that the point is well taken. We're educating kids, and we shouldn't be expected to compete with TikTok videos. because you really can't do it, and that's why you shouldn't have both at the same time. But I want to make sure that we also have an opportunity to bring up, but I believe Finn, who's also here too. Quick housekeeping note that Trustee Church had to leave, and so he left us like right around 5 o'clock. So I just want our members following along and in the audience to know when I don't go to him or invite his voice in, it's because he's not there. So I don't want anybody to think that we're not including him in the conversation, and I also want to have a timestamp for his attendance. But this was extremely helpful.
That's good.
I just want to give one last thank you. You, again, did a wonderful job. Melise presented at the Administrator Welcome Back Day. The room was filled at TMCC in the Student Center. You did a marvelous job. What do you think, 400 people?
There was a lot of people.
There was a lot of people.
Thank you for being so sweet, though.
Oh, you're welcome. You did a wonderful job again. Thank you.
Okay, should I stay
Thank
up here
you.
for questions or?
No, I think it's time to probably welcome our next student.
I need someone to
Oh, and then while we welcome up our next student, I'd love to hear from Annie.
Just touching on what Melise said about, just because it pertains to what she said about kids being stingy about it being their property because it's their phone. Something to think about is this is public school, and so it's kind of hard to define, like, yes, it's your property, but, like, you're here for free, and obviously there's, costs other people are paying, but I think it's just kind of a tough argument to make that it's your property in the scenario they're in. Also, I think it was really smart that teachers need to be thinking about, and students, I'm not just saying, like, it is a two-way street, and we've talked about this at my school, but when teachers come across without hostility and they just, they respect you, it immediately, students want to respect them more, and I've seen that in my classroom, so just something to put out there.
Hi, my name is Finn Smith. So, real quick, touching off of what we finished with Melise. Again, with if you're scrolling through instructional time, I think it's a common misunderstanding that we as humans can multitask. We can't multitask, you can switch tasks though. And so, especially when you are competing with the social media, you're not listening to whatever the teacher's saying. So again, going off of Melise, I strongly believe and agree that whatever plan we implement should be strictly implemented from day one. But I've also noticed how when there's the possible consequence of your phone being taken away, kids often take that a little bit more seriously. So I think that as long as that consequence is there, this policy would be monitored more strictly, and I think it gives the students much more of a real world situation where if you're on your phone at a job, you get fired or written up, and that's not something, it's not a life skill you should be developing in high school. We should be developing life skills and good work habits and also social skills, like was also mentioned, because the lack of that and the usage of technology during that decreases the social skills. And so while the confiscation of the phone is also a debatable consequence for something so seemingly simple, enforcing policies like that will restore cultural and hopefully ensure the success and prosperity of future years, because their focus and attention not only on high school but also on years forward will be present. And I think enforcing more of a policy where you have to put your phone in a pocket every day when you come into class is better than keeping it in your backpack, because there are studies that even if the phone is on the table next to you, your anxiety goes up because it's not in your physical possession. So even with the backpack, the student's anxiety is probably even, more elevated because it's right there. They can probably feel it vibrating through their desk, whatever. And so I think when it's on the pocket, you can't feel the vibrations, you can't see the screen light up. It's much more removed from your view. So.
Thank you so much, Ben. That was, I tend to agree with you as a human, and we need to keep moving, okay? So we have more, truly, we have.
I just know.
No. That's okay, because we have a lot more to talk about. But on a human level, I can relate to that. When your phone buzzes, you look. Most people do that. Trustee Westlake, and then we're going to keep going.
I just want to say, I am so impressed with Melise and Finn. I mean, I am just, wow. That's all.
Thank you.
Great job. Respect, honor, strength. That's what we see with these students. Which, by the way, is the motto? Is that the right way? Yes, of Reno High School. And now we have a parent perspective.
Hello. My name is Willow Kennedy. I'm a parent at Reno High School, and I'm also the president of the Parent Booster Club. So thank you for having me here. Here to discuss the implementation of the new cell phone policy we are present that we put into place this past school year at Reno High School, which no longer allows phone usage inside classrooms, while still allowing students to utilize their phones during passing periods. Reno High was successful in implementing this policy because from the beginning they communicated their expectations to the parents and the students. Before Christmas break, they sent home a newsletter sharing the new policy going into effect after the break. This allowed the students and parents to have discussions at home before returning to school. The new policy's effectiveness was dependent on clear communication between the parents, students, and the teachers. Coincidentally, many classroom rules would already be in line with the expectations of the no phones unless it was to be used for a learning purpose or in aiding with their lesson plans. This policy has had a positive impact on the academic success and overall well-being of our students, and I believe it's worth considering for implementation countywide. When former principal Chris Hackbush presented the idea, the Parent Booster Club was very supportive, and we began sharing expectations immediately with our leadership students. As a parent, I have seen firsthand the benefits of this policy on both of my students who have attended and currently attend Reno High, one being outgoing and the other being an introverted student. They have expressed how much easier it is for them to focus in class without the distraction of their phones and the social pressure that comes along with constant connectivity. Enforcing this policy is a process that requires the collaboration of the staff, families, and students. During the transition period, it was very important to communicate to parents to have discussions with their students supporting the policy, making it clear that it was no longer acceptable to use their cell phones during class so that it could be successful. Teachers needed to clearly communicate the expectations around the cell phone usage in their classrooms, and students must understand the importance of limiting their cell phone usage during the instructional time. This policy is already creating a more conducive learning environment for our students. By working together, we can make a positive impact on the academic success and overall well-being of our students. Thank you for your time and looking at how cell phones have a time and a place in our students' school days.
That's incredible, Willow. Thank you so much. And so the takeaways from that is involve your parents.
Absolutely.
Get the families on board so they understand both the implementation and the consequences, and then make sure that there's a consistent approach.
Absolutely.
But that is incredibly, incredibly helpful. And thank you for the boosters for being supportive, because it sounds like, and maybe you mentioned this, did you also help financially with purchasing some of the items, or how did the school acquire the caddies and the things?
We were able to use our own budget for that. It wasn't as, it was pretty minimal. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you may have just succinctly given us a roadmap.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
So, Trustee Nicolette had mentioned at the beginning of August, we had a principal meeting where our principals, deans, and assistant principals came together to kick off the year. And the wonderful Melise that just presented to you was part of a presentation to our principals, very similar to the one given to you tonight. that just highlighted the admin reg that we already have in place and highlighted the process that was used at Reno High School. And we were curious to collect feedback from them. So we conducted a survey and collected feedback from them, reflecting on last year. And as you can see, 69% of our elementary schools stated that they did have a policy in place last year, 100% of our middle schools, and 75% of our high schools. So we dug a little bit deeper on that, and of the schools that stated that they had a policy in place, we were wondering, have you had to update that or modify it post-pandemic? Because it's been a different world since then. So in elementary, 54% said yes, and of the 54, or of that group, 33% said that they updated within the last year. For middle schools, 71% said yes, we've had to update it post-pandemic, and 50% of the middle schools did that within the last year. And then our high schools, 88% said yes, we had to update that, and 75% engaged in that process within the last year. Many of those schools that said yes, we engaged in it last year, said that they engage in the process every year, because I hope that you've kind of been exposed to the importance of that process and revisiting it and continuing to get voice and buy-in. So just wanted to highlight that stakeholder input and consistency seem to be the driving force for these updates. When the stakeholders change from year to year to year, you think of a middle school, they're only there for 3 years. So after 3 years, none of the students and families were involved in the process of adopting whatever policy is in place. And so it does require that constant refresh so that people continue to understand the why. I also want to go back to the students, parents, and sometimes one step ahead of us, so things change over time. Like I said, we haven't really talked about AI and how that might impact things. We probably don't even know yet, but we're going to probably have to think about that in the future. So this is sort of some 30,000 foot like big data, but just a sampling of a couple of specific schools. So elementary school, it's a very different process at elementary, but not so formalized oftentimes as our middle and high schools. But 2 examples for you is Stead Elementary School revised their policy last year. They said that they didn't have the support of all the staff members and people were not on the same page. So when they engaged in the process, they found that one of the root causes was because the community really wanted them to have access at least sometime during the day for check-ins. And so by allowing the cell phone use at recess time, it increased compliance and got everyone on the same page.
I don't mean to interrupt you. In elementary school.
Yeah. Yep. At Donner Springs Elementary School, they were noticing some trends where smartwatches were becoming an issue, and it had never been an issue before. They didn't know how to handle it, and their policy didn't address that. So they had to go through this process to say, okay, now what do we do about the smartwatches? When we get to middle school, it's interesting, the 2 middle schools that I think are highlighted for me happen to be middle schools that feed into Reno High School. So where it's really powerful is when you have that vertical alignment. The same Reno High School parents and families also are Swope Middle School families and Clayton Middle School families, and those 2 schools engaged in a process really in alignment with the We Are Present challenge. So Swope, for example, said that we're committed now to refreshing this every year. And we need to make some minor adjustments based on how things are going from year to year. One of the resisting factors was that parents were really concerned that they weren't going to have access to their children, and staff wasn't in full agreement. So by going through this process and listening to parents and listening to staff and getting everyone on the same page, they were able to make some positive steps forward. Clayton would be the other school that I mentioned. They really focused in on clear communication. That was a misstep that had happened, and they figured out that was the root cause of the lack of consistency, is just not a clearly articulated plan. So they got the stakeholder buy-in, and discussed options for where the phones go. That seemed to be kind of a topic where people wanted to have some say in that and really talk about that. And then Clayton did a poster campaign. They put posters up around their school that didn't necessarily focus on, no, you can't use your cell phone. It focused on, we're committed to increasing instructional time, and here's how we're going to do it. There was some, let's see. DeMonte Ranch High School would be another example of another high school. I know you mentioned McQueen has a policy in place as well, but DeMonte is another example. They worked to make sure that they had laptop access. Some of our high school students had talked about, well, we use the cell phones for the QR codes, or we type our papers, or we do this, or we do some research. So before they could tackle the cell phone topic, they needed to make sure that students had the access to the laptops during the day. So they had to get really strategic about where they were putting their carts and making sure that all students had access throughout the day. And once that was done, then they were able to really refresh their policy and get that buy-in. So in each of those examples, it's about process, input from people, and really listening to the root causes of why what's been in place is maybe not working so well now.
Thank you. Access is so important, and I was recently at a Building Futures conference sat next to a principal from Lyon County, and I asked about the safe voice, because you made a really good point about that. And what they have done, of course, they're a much smaller school district, they have on their laptops on the opening screen the safe voice link. So at any time on any screen, students can access it.
Yeah. I'll also add that as I hear all these examples, I do believe that there are distinct pilot programs that have also happened in the same vein as Reno High at Billinghurst and also Marcy Hers. But for me, my takeaway and my feedback is that this is also why there needs to be a district-wide approach. We've got a lot of schools feeding into a lot of different areas, and I don't think that there should be variation in the way that different feeder systems really behave in this. If we're going to provide a consistent educational experience and to prioritize those instructional minutes, I think that this is something that we need to be doing district-wide. Now, that may or may not include elementary school immediately. I think that there's some focus that can be done on middle school and high schools first, but remember, we can always evolve and grow in what it is that we do. Vice President Mayberry.
Question, and I'll save some comments for a little bit later. Elementary school, I mean, are we seeing a lot of cell phones and smartphones at the elementary school level, and at what grade? I don't have small children anymore, so I was kind of shocked that must be a growing trend.
Yeah, I think a lot of that might come from, the apps where I want to track my child. If my child walks home from school, I want to make sure that they're safe. If they ride the bus, those kinds of things. I think that's where we see the cell phones in elementary school the most. So parents are keeping track of where their kids are and making sure that they are safe. Yeah. I mean, as far as the grade level, I could give you a guess, but that would be it. Okay. All right, so let's look at the work that we've done as a district to date. So in September of 2023, the superintendent met with the Student Advisory Council and had some informal conversation with student representatives regarding the issue of cell phones and what they believed should be part of some type of policies or regulations. Students did say that they acknowledge that there's concerns with disruption and how it disrupts their learning. There was a lot of discussion about regulation. They, I think, united in saying that there should be some type of regulation. What exactly that looks like is where there's a level of disagreement. Next on there is we as a district have reviewed sample school technology plans, as Associate Chief Hackbush mentioned. We got some from not only our schools but throughout the country, and kind of looked about, what we've had in place still working? Do we need to review those, and kind of what's the common things that we're seeing? We also reviewed the student behavior data that I shared with you today. We reviewed some research, literature, and news that I've shared in this PowerPoint with you today. We did some research on those nationwide policies. And then we did some research on our own policies, so our admin reg that we currently have in place, and that it's currently attached to our board policy on student discipline. So we acknowledge that there is a concern with the use of cell phones interfering with instruction and potentially having a negative impact on student mental health. Further, we acknowledge and respect the complexity of this issue and the value of stakeholder input in bringing about awareness, support, and buy-in for our Administrative Regulation 5810. Therefore, we are coming forward with a plan of action and some things to consider moving forward. So we reviewed, we believe that we need to review the expectations and Administrative Regulation 5810. I've highlighted a couple of places where there are some things missing and how that should be tightened up. For this school year, we need to include our cross-departmental collaboration on the updating of that. That is why so many chiefs from various departments have engaged in the process of putting this presentation together today. We believe the voice of our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission would be valuable on this topic, so bringing that forward to them in their meeting this fall. And then we believe that in terms of timeline, by the spring of 2025, we could have enough information to inform the updates to our Administrative Regulation 5810 and include our associations in that discussion as well as our district staff. And I think it's important to note that when we do update administrative regulations, it does go out for a 13-day review for public comment, so it would provide opportunities for people to weigh in on that. And working with our Board of Trustees to update our existing and or develop new board policies around personal electronic devices, and continue to communicate with our Student Advisory Council and other key stakeholders throughout this process.
Thank you. Want to make sure everybody gets the opportunity to weigh in a few things, and I need to say this directly. I am not in support of us taking an entire school year to figure this out. Not. My individual thought is I don't mind doing this in a two-step process, because the whole reason why, folks, we're not just making a decision tonight is that the Washoe County School District will not engage in ready, shoot, aim with something like this. My hope, and I am full confidence, that we will arrive at a solution that matches our staff, our students, and our families, and our community leaders who are expecting our students to join their workforce after this. But I don't believe that that's going to take a year. Now, what could very well happen is that we bring this back for future discussion. I don't mind, or I would be open to, implementing something in the second semester, but withholding final decisions until the end of the school year. I don't mind if perhaps we go through all of this feedback process that we've discussed, we implement something for the second semester, but perhaps we reserve final board policy revisions until we see how the second semester goes so we can learn and evolve. But I will tell you, as just one individual trustee and an item not for action, I believe we should be implementing a pilot program as a district for the second semester. I will also say that I have a leaning. Again, we haven't talked about all the different options. I like the cell phone hotels, the caddies, for a few different reasons. One is cost, but two, they, like a pouch, they can't be left somewhere. We wouldn't be chasing after parents for replacement costs, things like that. But I also want to touch on something that Associate Chief Hackbush brought up, and that's come up multiple times. Again, it is our responsibility to prepare our students for the real world. No surgeon is going to have their chief medical officer say, hey, Dr. Jones, you need to put your phone in this pouch before you go in for surgery. And so it is an unreasonable expectation that our children will not learn self-regulation and management. We would be doing them a disservice. So things like the cell phone, to our students' points, don't allow for that variation of you can keep it in your backpack, but that student says it goes here. But it would also allow for easy access for medical needs or emergency needs, and for if someone was using it in instruction. So again, this is just me talking out loud, but when I think about what it is we're trying to accomplish, which is to restore instructional time, find a way to live with the technology that our world has, but also help students with self-regulation, that's kind of where I'm leaning. Obviously, other decisions would happen, and I know that we would have a robust feedback process. I would also add to this list of people to engage. We have a Parent Action Committee, which is a committee of the superintendent, and I absolutely believe we would need very specific outreach with all of our student-facing labor associations. Trustee Wesley, I am going to go to Trustee Woodley first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I did hear about getting input from the students, of course, stakeholders. Parents need to be involved. But what I would like to see in the front end is also input from the teachers, because the teachers are the ones that we hold accountable, help us to reach our strategic goals, our mission, our desire to increase the numbers that need to be increased, decrease the numbers that need to be decreased. And it's a known fact. It's not surprising. It's a distraction. I deal with it with regular adults at work. I'm trying to communicate with them, and if they're scrolling, I got to pull them aside, you know. Sometimes I got to go hands-on just to get their attention, because if not, you know, they won't listen. So I can only imagine what it looks like for a teenager and a teacher who's trying to give them the education that they need. I feel sorry for the teachers, man. I feel like they got to be entertainers, because they're competing with TikTok, you know, and they're trying to teach our kids. And I see them. They're up there and they're telling jokes and they're performing and they're trying to keep their attention, make it exciting. It's like, dang, that's a hard job. So I would like to see that, and I agree with Madam President. I definitely don't want to wait a year. We've implemented marijuana rate for the state in a year. So I think we can do that. We can do this in less than a year. So, but thank you. Thank you for the information.
Thank you. I just jotted down 3 quick little things here. If we could just remember the 3 C's for this to be successful, and this is after we get all the input. I mean, we do definitely need input from teachers, administrators, parents, students, everybody, maybe even some businesses. I mean, these students are going to be their future employees. But the 3 C's, after all that's done and we get a policy in place: communication, consistency. That just goes to the respect for one teacher to another teacher, to respect the next teacher that's going to have that student in the day. Hey, I did my part. The student knows what the expectations are going on to the next classroom. And connectivity. I think Finn had a great thing. Can you imagine if we were able to get students 50% connected to what's going on in the classroom as to what they have to their phone? 50% connected to the classroom of what they are connected to their phone. Just 50%. I mean, I think it would be amazing. So communication, consistency, and connectivity.
Just some sort of rudimentary questions, and then I'll share my views as well. Can you answer this question? Are phones used in the classroom for instructional purposes? Do students use their phones for lessons? Maybe maybe they use it as a calculator.
Yeah, so let's give you an example of a social studies class.
Yeah.
I've been in a room where there's QR codes on the walls. And the students go around and they scan articles for research purposes, for gallery walks. That would be one example.
Excellent. You know, I think as I've looked through, and you present a lot of good data, a lot of data on you know, the social and mental aspects, but I think for me the bottom line is really how do we reduce the distractions and increase learning. That's really the bottom line. So, a lot of the data, while important, I think that's really the thrust of what we should focus on. And I think that the moms and dads absolutely need to be involved. I think that talking about the timeline, I had asked the previous superintendent, not the most immediate interim superintendent, the previous superintendent, about bringing forward a cell phone policy. In fact, I think Colleen and I, Trustee Westlake was at one point going to second it until we knew we were going to have this discussion. And that went on for a good 6 to 8 months. It was always in the student voice aspect. So I'm really pleased that we're moving this along, but I think time is of the essence. I mean, this is the issue of our time right now, and we're not going backwards. It's not 1974, 1984, 1994. This is 2024, and cell phones are here to stay. I think we need to somehow keep them off the desk. I'm not opposed to the cell phones having access during passing or at lunchtime. I mean, I'm not going to really get into those nuances. I guess what I would say is I'm very reluctant to have a total ban, but they've got to stay out of the classroom to the extent they can. And the policy's got to be consistent. Look, I live with this. I have high school children. And I know that, Mrs. Smith, when my students go into the class, they have to put their laptop in a pouch, and they can't have it until the end of class or until their work is done. That's one example. Another example is all the kids have their phone, and they have access to them. I get texts from my children, periodically throughout the day. Sometimes I'll respond and I'll say, honey, are you paying attention? What's going on in class? So, I mean, I see it, I hear it. It's a problem. But as a parent, I like having and ensuring some access, some connectivity to my child. And I've talked with a few parents, not a lot, but a few close friends of mine that have kids in the district. They agree with that. I think they would be very reluctant to have some sort of ban where their children can't have phones during the class periods, during passing, et cetera. Then there's the lockdown situations. And that's an interesting one. I mean, I can see two arguments to that. I mean, if you get the students using those during emergency and crisis situations, that can create some significant problems, contrast to letting the adults handle the situation, right? And then I lost my trail of thought, and I apologize, but those, that's the focus, I think, for me, is really reducing the distractions and being very mindful that it's our staff, our teachers that are going to have to implement this policy, and that's important. And finally, I will say, and I say this respectfully, I was going to call you Principal Hackbush, but what may work at Reno High may not work at another high school, particularly when you take into account the vertical alignment. So while I appreciate this self-regulation concept, and I think that's wonderful, I don't know if that's the answer district-wide, because I know there's a lot of other examples out there that we haven't heard at the middle school level and other high schools. So I hope that helps. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. First and foremost, thank you for this presentation. I know it's been long, it's been a lot of information, and I think I spoke a little bit more passionately on some other topics, but I do want to echo Trustee Woodley and Vice President Mayberry. It will be our teachers in the classroom that are obligated to enforce this, really not too many other people. So I do believe staff and parents equally need to be have their fair share of input, actually probably more than their fair share. We should really give them the floor, really. Just like Vice President Mayberry, I got kids in our school district. Just the other day, had to respond to a fire. Hey, I can't pick you up from Raider practice, and the last thing I need to do is try to dial, hey, thank you for calling Spanish Springs High School, blah, 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 and try to get a hold of someone, to press 1, press pound, and
So like, so it's like that insurance that, those of us that are working families, we like having that ability. I know I do as a parent, like, hey, I'm not messaging to make sure you fed a dog. I'm letting you know that you're going to have to take the bus home because you can't go to practice. So there is going to be a lot of input, and I just, really, I don't want to be too hasty about this, with all due respect, Madam President. So I don't know if this is something that, we can get it done. I mean, and to, Trustee Whitley's point, we saw how the cannabis stuff was implemented and the lack of, there's a lot of failures in that being implemented so quickly. I mean, we saw with our state funding for education being siphoned out of that marijuana money. So, I don't want to rush this. This is something that's going to be implemented district-wide. It needs to be well thought out. To your point, not, look, shoot, aim, or whatever it was. We don't want to be doing that. So, but I am open to idea, but we definitely need to listen to our teachers, staff, and our parents on this one.
All right, so we've all had the opportunity, and I think that we should give the final word to our student trustee.
Okay, so
I am so sorry, Annie. I didn't get Trustee Nicolette. I am so sorry.
And you're the final word because yours is extremely important and mine is adjunct to that. I would like to shorten the timeline as well. I don't have a discrete time when I think that should be because I think we still need to do some research. We need to collect some data, we need to have deep conversations, and we need to include just as many people as we can because our students go out into the community, and I think every voice can be important. Certainly students, staff, and parents, families are the most important voices. We've collected that information for years in many ways, and I know we can do it again. I would like to see Safe and Healthy Schools have a deep discussion on this, possibly participate in some open forums. Because we find that some families and students will complete an online survey and some would rather talk in person, and we know that to be a fact. So I don't know as I really think the board needs a policy other than the policy should be let's do what's best. I don't think we need a discrete policy, by the way. I think we have enough policies, but I would like to get on this sooner rather than later.
And on that note, Trustee Nicolette, and for the public to know, we may not need to adjust a policy because the admin reg is really how this goes about it. So in the research that staff does and that Superintendent Ernst does, it may very well be that we don't have to address this in that way. So to that point. And again, Trustee Nicolette, I'm so sorry for jumping over you, but I would like to give the final word to Annie Batavia, our student representative.
Thank you. I wrote out a list really quick so I could be thorough about this. First, I think this is my opinion, and from what I've seen and what Student Voice has talked about, I think it should be what Reno High did, where personally I'd prefer it to be, in my backpack, but then again, I know I don't need to be checking my phone every second, and so having it in my backpack would work for me, or the phone caddies, but then, there's cost to that. But I think one of those options would be the most viable option for kids to be like, okay, yeah, it's reasonable, but it's, it's going to be changed and not everyone's going to be happy with it no matter what we do. I also think it should be a district-wide policy. I think that might just be me, but I think it's just so hard having every school have something different. But then if we have better support for we don't have this kind of admin support like that school does, and that school's doing it better because they have that support, then that kind of support needs to be offered rather than letting them just make their own policy. I think that's kind of where we're tripping up because some schools don't take it as seriously as others, but if it's, a district-wide thing that we're just all doing, it'll be more, and you get feedback from other people because then you're hearing about what other schools are doing and what's working. My second point is I think it'd be good to use when needed because yes, some schools have the electronics that are needed to compensate for the usage of phones, but my school doesn't and not all of my classes do. And I know departments have to wheel around the carts per class. If they ask for it, then the department lead can go give the cart to them, but that's just not efficient and we waste 15 minutes of class and that's just class time I don't want to be using. So I think there's definitely use for phones and there's times we don't need them. But for the time being, they're pretty useful in my classes, which would also be good for having them in the backpack, so then we're not spending time getting them out of the caddy and finding them in the caddy, or someone takes someone else's phone, and then the parents are worried about that, and the kids are worried about that. Third point, so student voice, we talked about this, and I am the president of Student Voice, so I'm representing them. What we had talked about last year, which I don't know if it was implemented fully, because if it was last updated 2015, then not quite sure what happened with it. But we discussed that it would be out of sight, out of mind, so we'd put it in your backpacks until teacher says otherwise, which I think would be the most efficient option that we can see now. And then a lot of concerns were brought up about, well, what if my parent tries to contact me? What if? And that's when the special circumstances come into play, and not every day your parent is going to have a big emergency or something crazy is happening where your parent needs to contact you. And then again, your kid's in school. You're going to have to call the school. So if that's the case, if your child has an emergency and needs to leave school, I think parents should be contacting the school, not their student directly. And yes, there's privacy reasons and stuff, but if we come across a way to maybe, you can keep your privacy, but if there's an emergency, then you can take your kid out of class. That way they're not looking at their phone and telling their teacher they have to leave, because then does the teacher just let them go? And that just gets all confusing. So yes, there's a lot of what ifs, but overall it's taking away from school time. So if we're allowing kids to have it on their desk, it's like, okay, well, when do we draw the line? Because yes, you might have an emergency, but all the time taking away from class instruction is I don't know if it's worth it. But not saying that the issues are not important, because I don't want it to come across that way, because they are. But I think there just needs to be a line drawn more clearly. And then same with cyberbullying and all that. I don't quite know the policies for checking phones, because if it's reported to Safe Voice that someone was cyberbullying, but it doesn't have to do with it's not being talked about at school, then do they go through the phones, and does admin have the ability to go through someone's phone? That was just something that I was unsure about, but I don't know. Fourth point, I think we should definitely use parents, get the information out, because we're all still living with our parents for the most part. And so I think parents, they want to know, and can't hurt to tell them and get their input, just to see where that's at and make them feel more connected to what we're doing, because it does pertain to them. They're supporting us in our education. I would also like to see more teachers in the halls supporting, just making sure no fights break out and stuff like that, because that's when the phones come out, and that's when people want to go on their phones, is to gossip and do all of that. So I think having more teachers in the halls during passing would just make a more comfortable environment for a lot of our students. Last thing is, I know at my school we rely off our phones for educational uses, and we rely off it. I'm in leadership, and so we use it for leadership, because it's the only way we really outreach besides announcements, but no one listens to announcements. So it gets really hard to not need to use phones, but everything we're doing, we're making kids go to their phones for. So that kind of gets confusing, because we're trying to be don't go on your phone, but everything you're going to need to know for school and extracurriculars is going to be on your phone. So that gets confusing, and kids can't just access school laptops to be oh, what's the theme of the football game tonight? So things like that get confusing, which is why I think maybe we start with a policy that allows us to have our phones in our backpacks, and until that becomes an issue, then we can revise it. So maybe we have a 3-year plan where it becomes maybe more intense, okay, now it's in the phone caddy the second year, and then the third year it's in your locker for the whole day. But my school doesn't use lockers, so that wouldn't work. But things like that, where maybe we can ease into it, because I think we should start with something and then be prepared to revise it. We can't go into it thinking oh, this is going to work immediately. But what Clerk Rodriguez was saying is we can't just jump the gun on it, but I think also it would be really good to maybe make a 3-year plan where each year we plan to revise and know what we want to do with it further, so that it becomes less of an issue. But I think we should start with out of sight, out of mind, unless instructed otherwise by the teachers.
Well, thank you so much, Annie. We appreciate that. And thank you so much, Associate Chief Hackbush and Deputy Superintendent McMaster. We really appreciate this conversation. Thank you. All right, folks, that closes item 3.05 and section 3 in its entirety, and we'll move on now to section 4, our reports, starting with our student representatives report. Nope. Yep, so this was, this wasn't, because this was a discussion, and we needed to have this conversation first before we start thinking about decisions. Not that decisions aren't coming. All right, and so now we have item 4.01, our student representatives report.
I'm just getting in all my talking time right now. Student Voice is getting started this year, so we'll actually be starting this next Friday, the 23rd. We have our retreat, so we'll have a lot of, hopefully 4 or 5 representatives from each high school that we have active Student Voice committees in. And then we'll be meeting and talking about our top 3 issues, which I'll probably report back about because we like to make a list of 3 things that we really want to work on and then come up with groups or something along the lines of that. And yeah, I mean, we haven't really started with much yet, but school's starting and everyone's busy. So next week we'll kind of get into it and yeah, work on making schools a better place for all of our students.
Great. Thank you so much, Annie, and thanks for a great first meeting with us. We appreciate it. I do want to add really quick before we go on to item 4.02 that to the various points, our board very much wants to hear from the community on this. And so just as a general reminder to anybody who's watching, you can email all 7 of us at one email address, and that is boardmembers@washoeschools.net. So if you ever want to reach our board on any topic, you can email boardmembers@washoeschools.net, and immediately that email goes to all 7 of us. All right, and now we'll move on to item 4.02, our board reports, and we'll go ahead and start with Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So I am very happy that school has started. I was absolutely bored out of my mind. And then I just want to give a shout out to our USA men's gymnastic team. I was able to watch them compete in Paris. To Stephen, aka Goggles, Asher, Paul, Brody, and Frederick. Thank you for bringing home the bronze for our overall men's gymnastics, and for Goggles bringing home the bronze for his pommel horse performance. I was able to watch Luke Hobson in the men's freestyle 4x200 swimming, and he is a graduate of Reno High. It was so dang exciting, I can't even tell you. But not as exciting as getting back into school. So I attended the are my pictures there? I never do pictures, so the WEA luncheon to welcome our new teachers. It was amazing to see all the new faces that are ready to serve our children. I am so appreciative. I also attended, I want to comment on this. The speaker, and I cannot remember his name for the life of me. What is it? Coach Rudy. But he had some just exciting things to get the classroom invigorated, and so that was great to see that. I went to the Community Health Alliance. Shout out to Oscar Delgado and Megan Dugan on Wells. There's also a brand new one in Sun Valley and one on Sparks on Audie Boulevard. They do so much for the community. And this was for the police appreciation and awards. And we have some heroes, not just police officers, but we actually have heroes that are in the Washoe County School Police. This is Sergeant Diamond at the Back to School Expo, where hundreds of backpacks were given out to our students. I want to thank our communication team members, Chad, Amber, and Giovanna. What an amazing turnout. We also had HR there. It was amazing. And thank you to Les Schwab, Richard Harris Law Firm for donating backpacks. That's Mavericks for our new WCTE program. Just amazing tables. That's all the tables there at the town mall. So, oh, Sparks, hi.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Yes, I have similar, actually, updates as well. I'll start off with Clayton Middle School. Mr. Martindale, the principal over there, he had an open house, and that was successful. It was nice to see him and all his staff. I purchased one of their polos, and I told him I was going to wear it today, so this will probably be the first time you'll see me not wearing a suit at one of our meetings, but I made a commitment. I definitely want to thank the chief for inviting us to the award ceremony for his police officers. And as Colleen stated, Trustee Westlake, we do have some heroes. And I mean real heroes, like life-saving heroes, not catching a kid cutting class, but actually save lives. And we appreciate what they do every day. We're very appreciative to them. I also visited the Community Health Alliance. That's a FQHC, federally qualified health center that provides services primarily to low-income families. They do provide service to all income families, but they do predominantly assist with low-income families. And I think that we may have opportunities with them in the future. They have a lot of interest in providing services to our students. So we look forward to that opportunity if it comes. I do know that they have a very robust dental program, which is primarily for children, and we all know that that's very, very important for our children. So that's good to know, and it was a very positive, good visit. And then lastly, I did visit with Commissioner Mary Luz Garcia at the Dean's Future Scholarship Program. Some of us were able to visit with the kids and have conversations, and they shared some of their time and space with us, and it was just nice to see tomorrow's leaders and first-generation college students at the university. So thank you.
Thank you. I wish I could say I was bored this summer, but I can't say that I was with a day job. I did have a series of things lined up to attend. I was planning on being there yesterday for our opening day of school. However, my duties took me elsewhere, but I did get to meet Adam Mayberry out there. Our paths crossed. But I will say I'm glad to hear, and unfortunately I did miss the Police Officers Award ceremony, but I am happy to hear that this current administration and our new police chief is making this more public, more family involved. So that is something that's new and that's been implemented, and I'm happy to see that our families of our awarding officers are present. I've already rescheduled my next police ride along because I wasn't able to make it yesterday. So I am excited for the new school year and getting out there and seeing our students and our staff at work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a great pleasure of visiting Dilworth Middle School during the registration week. A lot of exciting families and students. I walked in, observed, sort of was unannounced, didn't really talk to too many administrators, but I sensed some real positive interactions with the staff and students, and it was good to see. Had an opportunity to visit with the Children's Cabinet. I want to give Kim Young, the CEO, a shout out, as well as Ashley Foster. Children's Cabinet is just amazing with the community, with this district. Provides a lot of supplemental support, so I was grateful to have a tour of their facilities and the resources they provide. Also accompanied some of my colleagues on the Community Health Alliance tour, and mentioned the Washoe Education Association New Educator Luncheon is always something I enjoy attending, and meeting our new teachers and building up some excitement as we go forward. I'd also appreciate Chief Moore and his team and being invited to their annual awards recognition, the school police, indeed heroes for sure, and I think President Smith will be talking more about that in the future with some of the deeds that they commit, that they did. Also, the Back to School Expo was well done. Thank you for bringing that forward and raising awareness of all the services and activities and events that the school district has, Superintendent Nurse, so thank you for that. And yeah, duty called for me too on yesterday, so I'm glad to see that folks and the students at Bird Eye are back in school and everything is secure on the home front in Bird Eye. That concludes my report. Thank you.
I want to thank Barbara, I'm not going to give a last name, who sent this book to me, The Anxious Generation, who provided a very solid template for me to be thinking about our personal device usage, cell phone usage, and I promised her that I would share it. I've already shared it with my colleague, Trustee Mayberry, and I'm going to share it with our student representative. It's a wonderful read. And I grew up not being able to write in books. I wrote all over that book. There's stickies in there, and please do the same. Do not be afraid to write in it. Share your thoughts. I serve on the Washoe Casa Foundation Board, and I had the opportunity to witness 17 new CASAs, court-appointed special advocates, being sworn in. These very special people, some of them former teachers and principals, are a voice for children in foster care, extremely important voices, and it was just a pleasure to spend time with them. I attended the Clayton and Billinghurst open houses, and I'll tell you, it was fun watching people try and open lockers and parents trying to help them and finding their classrooms, and it reminded me of days gone by because been there, done that, and it was just fun. It was just fun. And there was also an icy truck, and everybody loved that. The administrator welcome back session was, the energy in that room with principals, other administrators, was absolutely dynamic, and it told me once again that we as a Washoe County School District are very blessed, very fortunate to have people that are hardworking, intelligent, care, and are willing to give their life to this endeavor, to education. It was wonderful. I attended the Building Futures Conference, which was a conference that was put on by the Nevada Department of Education, and it was a statewide conference, and so there were a lot of colleagues there, and the conversations over 2 days were well, there's not enough time to tell you. And then, of course, the Washoe County School District Police Awards. Wow, they are awesome. They love and care for our students as much as our teachers and our janitors and our bus drivers. And again, we are truly blessed. Attended the Bernice Matthews Play Structure dedication, summer graduation, back to school expo, and I joined our new superintendent, Joe Ernst, on first day school visits, and we were all around the town and had a wonderful time. The Community Health Alliance tour, and the last thing I'm going to say is today is my husband's birthday. Happy birthday, Mark. That's Mark with a C. And out of love and respect, I am not going to give your age, hun. I'm just going to say happy birthday.
All right, I'll wait for you to get the photos up. So while JJ does that, oh, I don't think that's mine. No, that's okay. That's okay. I can get started while those come up because it's not the first thing anyways. So obviously, happy back to school. That was really great. I visited as part of the first day of school activities, Swope Middle School, Sparks High School, and Trainer Middle School. That's where I learned the fun fact about Deputy Superintendent McMaster and Lucy Dugan. I also want to bring some attention and congratulations to the 6 Washoe Olympians in this year's Olympics, including our graduates from Reno High School and Reed. So very, very proud of them. This first picture shows dropping off some school supplies and personal hygiene items at a local Reno fire station in support of the Communities in Schools annual Fill the Bus program. It's always so important. They're in our schools. Community in Schools has also expanded to 5 additional schools, and so that was an exciting moment. And then my next picture is a really great story. So the young women in black, you'll see Trustee Woodley, and you'll also see Assemblywoman Natha Anderson, who is one of our educators here in the Washoe County School District. So that woman in black, the young woman, her name is Michelle, and she is the current program director for the Nevada First Gen Network. Prior to that, she was a Dean's Future Scholar student. And do you know who, when she was in middle school, who inspired her? Was Trustee Alex Woodley. Well before he was ever a trustee, he came to Dean's Future Scholars and he spoke to them and he talked about applying yourself in your future. It spoke to her. It changed her life. And she then took off on the path that she's on. And the reason why our educator, Natha Anderson, is also in this photo is because when funding for the Nevada First Gen Network came up in front of the legislature, she was one of the champions to fund the program where Michelle now leads. And so I just want to show that as a full picture. And well before Alex Woodley was an honorable trustee at this dais, he was inspiring local students. I had lunch with recent student trustees Victoria Gomez and Ivy Batmall. They're both doing really well in college, and say hello. It was an honor to speak to an entire ballroom of new educators at their welcome luncheon. I participated on behalf of the board in a Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board meeting. I witnessed my first ever, but not my last, Washoe County School District Police Department Awards, which was wonderful. More in a public setting on that. Also the ribbon cutting of the new playground at Bernice Matthews Elementary School. So thank you so much to Q&D Construction and Education Alliance for making that happen. And it was incredibly honoring to be a part of the summer graduation ceremony. It was my first one, and I'm really excited at a future meeting to talk about how we support students whose success maybe does not follow a traditional four-year plan. So thank you so much. All right, and so that closes now item 4.02, and we'll go to item 4.03, Superintendent Ernst's report.
Thank you, President Smith. So it's been a really active and enjoyable couple of weeks here prior to the start of school. Kind of take it back to visiting with our new teachers back at our WEA back to school. Really great event, and it really reminds us all on why we come into education. Such an exciting opportunity to impact our students' lives, and it was great to be able to visit with all of the new educators, and it was a real nice event. As a school district, we've been working really hard to look at our teacher vacancies, and we as a school district really set a goal. Back in June, we were looking at in the neighborhood of 250 teacher vacancies to start the school year. And because of tremendous efforts and the leadership of many, we were able to start the school year down below 10 total vacancies. And when we look at what's at the heart of education, it's those teachers that are in front of our kids each and every day. And so really proud of our team's efforts. I think that it has been substantial progress, and as the new superintendent in the school district, exceedingly pleased with the work of our team. Had a chance to go to graduation, summer graduation. Many of these things have been mentioned by others. Summer graduation is a reminder of why we do the work that we do. Seeing our students, their families, and the perseverance that they show through many challenging circumstances, and watching them achieve their diploma just as a reminder for all of us about why education is so important. And they're a testimony firsthand to seeing what is capable and what can be accomplished. Reno Town, the Back to School Expo was a tremendous event. I thank the leadership of our communications team. You know, it really was something. Many of you who were in attendance had an opportunity to see our school district and our community partners leaning in to really support our students. When I arrived, had a chance to see what the end of the line looked like. And that end of the line was probably about 150, 200 families who were coming through to get backpacks and school supplies and books. And it was just a really tremendous event. So many of our staff were on hand, helping students get registers, finding their bus stops on the first day of school. Just again, tremendous teamwork to get started. That took us to yesterday, the back to school, and back to school events were tremendous. I think the principals who took time out of their day to welcome all of us to their schools and take us around and see so many of the exciting things that were happening at our school. And then also wanted to talk about some of the work that occurs behind the scenes. Clerk Rodriguez talked about some of his efforts and where they were this week. And those efforts are also within our school district, our operations, our emergency management team, our communications, our associate chiefs, our principals, all working to make sure that we are best supporting a community in crisis. And we're able to rally around some tremendous circumstances that occurred late Sunday evening and into early Monday morning. And it was tremendous team effort to make sure that we were helping ensure the safety of all in the community. And then very happy to have started school today at Verdi Elementary. Seeing our staff, our students, our families coming back. It was a great. So now we've got Incline that will be starting next week, and we're going to go out and see our kindergarten students. But we have started our school year, and I echo some of the earlier sentiments. I do think that there's tremendous energy. There's tremendous positivity, and I think that we'll continue to capitalize on that as we all continue to work together. So it's been a real rewarding couple of weeks to start the school year. I also thank the trustees for your attendance, your leadership at the various events, and the deep dialogue that occurred this evening to help us continue to wrap our heads around fundamental issues that we're looking at going forward. So that's the first couple of weeks as a superintendent. Annie, it's wonderful to have you. That smile is always golden, and your input, you have a way of really kind of making things a bit simpler for all of us to kind of help understand some really critical ideas. And so welcome, thank you, and it's really nice to have you here.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Superintendent Ernst. And that closes out item 4.03. And we'll move on now to section 5, our closing items. And we'll begin with item 5.01, our public comment. And JJ, who do we have? I will also mention, as JJ calls up the first name, just as a reminder, we have our norms and our expectations up here on the screens that acts as a level set for everyone who's joining us today.
Valerie Fianaka.
Welcome, Ms. Fianaka.
I haven't had my eye surgery yet, so I can't read your norms. Sorry.
On that note, we will restart your time. Make sure, let's please restart Ms. Fianaka's time. We also have it printed on the cards, and I believe we also have signs out there as well.
That's okay. I have a First Amendment right, too. I would like to address the Channel 2 news report I saw with you, Beth, and Tim Waltz, our new VP candidate, who has not received one delegate vote. Save our democracy. Yay. I can tell it contains disinformation and misinformation. During their reporting, they stated that you and Tim are both educators. If this is true, I'll apologize here and now, right here at this spot. If you have a degree in education, I'm very sorry. I have devoted my time here today. I have asked them to correct their mistake, but perhaps you can clear it up since they don't want to on their own. You have loads of sway with the press. Both you and Mr. Waltz are good at lying. As we now know, he's also guilty of stolen valor. I suspect neither of you would know the absolute truth if it hit you in the face.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka, and I can confirm I've never called myself an educator. Thank you, JJ. Who do we have next?
Roger Edwards.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards. Okay.
Joni Hammond.
Welcome, Ms. Hammond.
Good evening, Superintendent, President Smith, and trustees. I'm Joni Hammond. I want to compliment you on the discussion today on electronic devices. It was the first time since I've attended school board meetings that you actually talked about education of students. Thank you, President Smith, for saying, quote, "We want to improve academic outcomes." I have never heard that before. A big part of today's meeting was spending $63,707,782.02. No mention of how the money will improve education. While it's nice to know every child's name, it would be more impressive for you to show how the children are being educated. Did all of you forget we're the worst school district in Nevada? And Nevada is the worst schools in the nation? We also have the distinction of having the most pornographic books in school libraries of any school district in the nation. The research was done by Capital Resource Institute. There's ongoing violence in schools against students and teachers. Do you wonder if part of the problem in hiring teachers and other workers in schools is they don't want to work here? I think at the beginning of the year, it's time to look at what could be done to improve education of our students and also keeping our teachers safe and what could be done differently to improve education. Yes, I said improve education twice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond.
Darla Lee.
Welcome, Ms. Lee.
Good afternoon. Darla Lee for the record. Yes, I'd like to actually piggyback on the former speaker to say that it was very nice to hear the very complete discussion about the devices and how important they are for our students to for their education, not to be so minimized. And I know I have spoken with by email to my trustee, Colleen Slake, about this months ago and sent her, I believe I sent you a study that was done and how important. So it's finally come up, and that's why I haven't been here for quite a while, why I wanted to attend. So I was glad to see that it was a very thorough discussion, except for the fact that the possibility for, again, disruptions in the class if a student doesn't want to comply with a policy, what are going to be the absolute stringent disciplinary effects of somebody being pushing back a teacher, refusing to give up their cell phone, etc. So I know there's a lot of moving parts to this, but if you do come up with a district-wide policy, then you certainly have to have some disciplinary elements over and above what is on the books now with restorative justice, because that disciplines nothing, in my opinion. So again, I was glad to hear this review, and I'm always pleased at apparently there is a wonderful growth of resources and community help, and so it just is baffling to me that we can have so much input from the community, from you folks, and yet our students are so low in the ratings that we have not, since all of you have been, and I've been coming to these board meetings, there has been no change in the academic level on a statewide or a nationwide level. It's time for us to somehow utilize more than you're using now to bring students. And if it is just a fact of the moral decline of our nation, that is just sad. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee.
Mario Fitzpatrick.
Welcome, Mario. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Good evening, Superintendent Ertz and President Smith and the Board of Trustees. My name is Mario Fitzpatrick, and I am a social studies teacher at McQueen High School. First of all, I want to thank you all for the hard work and dedication you have done over the last couple of years. The cohesiveness between teachers, the district staff, and you all have been at a level that I have not seen in my 19 years of teaching. So thank you so much for all your hard work. I do want to follow up on the conversation around cell phones. I had spent an hour or so typing up this nice little speech that after listening to the conversation, I'm just going to scrap that and go off some notes I wrote down. I think the most important thing from a teacher lens that we need to consider is the addictive nature of phones today. 5 years ago, I felt very strongly that I could reteach and teach students, as Associate Chief Hackbush talked about, the responsible way to use cell phones. That took care of 99% of the problems, but I will say that since the pandemic, that has definitely shifted. Students are tied to their phones in a way that I, as a non-psychologist, can understand. But I know that even as adults, we all find ourselves guilty sometimes of probably being on our phones when we shouldn't be. And I find it much, much more difficult now to teach students the appropriateness of when you should be on your phone. And unfortunately, our teachers are the front lines of this. And I know that many of you feel very strongly about this, that one of the most important things that leads to student success in a classroom is building relationships. Last year, I had 36 documented instances where I had to take a phone from a student, which meant they were not happy with me, which meant that they were probably disengaged from the learning that we were doing in my classroom. In one instance, a student that I had to take her phone after multiple violations at the beginning of the year, her and I did not have a great relationship. And that feels bad to me that was the result of that. Similarly, I had another student that was a great student all year last year, who at the end of last year started to be on her phone more consistently. I took it, I told her she could come back at the end of class, and she started crying and yelling at me. And this was a student that I had a good relationship with all year. So there's something going on there that didn't exist previously that I do think that we really do need to address. I appreciate some of you commenting tonight that we need to tackle this sooner rather than later. There is no perfect policy for this. We can't let perfect be the enemy of good. And I think that the sooner that we can do this, the better off we're going to be. And the last note I just want to leave you with is that think about this, that tomorrow there will probably be hundreds, if not thousands, of students who will lose instructional minutes because they are distracted by their cell phone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Bruce Foster.
Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Hey, good evening, and we are all getting hungry. Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Foster, for the record, a granddad of 9 grandkids, and I really appreciate you reviewing this thing. This is a supercomputer. It can either be used for good, very good, like Bible apps, you know, devotionals every morning, or it can be used for evil. My grandson was in an after-school program, and he was shown men getting it on with men and women getting it on with women. And it just really affected him. And we pulled him out immediately, or my daughter did, but he's still continually affected. And then the other issue, and I didn't know that if we've talked about that part of the issue, is the pornography that is rampant that is on this thing. We have an issue where I ran into a best girlfriend of my stepdaughter that teaches math at Reed High School. And she says this is the main problem that she has, besides not having enough officers to quell the destruction of Reed High. But she said it also affected his little guy, Michael, in an after-school program. So we need to do something about this, and I think we need to do it ASAP. But I also want to bring to mind something else, and this is not to disparage President Smith in any way. I just am really concerned as a Washoe County resident is that President Smith represents or is the face of Washoe County School District. And so I am really concerned based upon this picture, the ideologies that had been gleaned from this Vice President-elect Tim Walz. And Tim Walz, what does he represent? Governor of Minnesota. And I'm just hoping that, she's in a position of power, and she has a position of that gavel, which I'm very acquainted with. And other issues that come to mind, which I hope these ideologies are not filtered into this. Signed a bill requiring schools provide tampons in boys' bathrooms. Let Minnesota burn during the George Floyd riots. Supports pornography in schools. Yeah, but we can have pornography in schools, but it's horrible otherwise. Supports abortion up to birth. And many others.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foster.
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, President Evans.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Evans, President of the Washoe Education Association. I'm here today actually with some amazing educators here in our district. Not only do they work full-time in the classroom 5-6 days a week, they also serve on the WEA board. As you all know, I'm out at a lot of things. I'm president at a lot of things. There is such a tremendous amount of work that is done behind the scenes, and the successes that we have been able to have as an organization, and I feel that we've been able to help really drive positive changes within the district. None of these things happen without some of these amazing folks here today. We had a few of them that couldn't get childcare, but again, not only are they teaching, but they have families, and then they do this full time. They chair committees within our organization, the committees that really drive the organization as a whole. And so we wanted to make it a point to get out here as we're starting a fresh new year to let them introduce themselves real quickly and put the faces behind really the people who are doing the work for our organization. So thank you.
Thank you very much, President Evans.
Gilbert Lenz.
Welcome, Mr. Lenz.
Hi, I'm assuming this is the one Caitlin turned in. I was going to speak also later. I'm Gilbert Lenz. I teach at North Valleys High School. You want me to do all of it? Okay. I'm Gilbert Lenz. I teach at North Valleys High School. I teach agricultural mechanics. This is just going to be a quick thing. I'm an educator. I'm also a combat veteran. And I'm also a board member of the WEA. I'm the treasurer for the WEA. I've been teaching it in Washoe County School District since 2008 with a couple of breaks for deployments and other training and things like that. So I guess I'm hitting my cell phone thing also. Our societies as a whole has become completely dependent on our phones. We are familiar with the plethora of features contained in this little box, which I just altered and wrote my thing on. That being said, there are many workplaces where phones are not allowed. Phones have become a serious problem in the military, for example, allowing our children to become addicted to social media, and cell phones may have an effect akin to addicting them to drugs. TikTok challenges like destroying bathrooms or vandalizing cars have increased popularity in recent years. Our students are missing valuable instruction and education that contributes to brain development. They miss valuable time reading books and having real conversations. If we really want to improve student outcomes, we must go back to teaching in-depth critical thinking. We must go back to students reading and discussing and doing things in real time and in real space, kind of like in the shop where I teach. TikTok and other social media is addictive. I've seen my students get so hooked, and I heard Mario talking about it also, that they get extremely agitated when their phones get taken away, when they're confiscated, and they start jonesing for that next bathroom pass so they can get their phone fix. They get a little upset when I take their phone to trade it for the bathroom pass in my class, but after a while they kind of get used to it. If you're not familiar with how algorithms work, they're insidious, and the platforms do specifically target adolescents' growing brains, thereby affecting development with lifelong effects. I'm not convinced that we're recognizing the gravity of this issue. This is worth sacrificing the convenience of communication for the future brain development in our students. Teachers do need help, though, and I heard Mario say it also. We need help. We need that consistency. We need a policy that leads the district in a unified approach to get students off their phones as soon as possible. We have to make that sacrifice now and save the future. I just want to reemphasize that I'm speaking as Gilbert Lenz, not as part of the WA right now, in case that wasn't clear. And I want to thank you all, and it's a pleasure seeing you all again and meeting you, and have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lenz. Great job, by the way.
Jenny Martinez.
Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Hello, my name is Jenny Martinez. I serve on the WA. This is my 3rd year. I was the elementary director for 2 years. I'm now transferring over. I changed positions in the district. I'm now an ELF, which is an English facilitator. So I'm helping going and getting to work with lots of teachers, really working on those academics, working on those pushes to make our student growth go up and our teacher efficacy go up as well. I just wanted to come out and introduce myself. I'm a product of Washoe County School District. I went to Alice Smith, Donner Springs, Bond Middle School, and graduated from Worcester High School. Mr. Ernst was actually one of my 5th grade teachers, so it's kind of cool to be back with that. But yeah, thank you for all the work you do, and again, we're just here kind of making sure that you know who we are, and thank you for always being willing to work with us.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martinez, and I think you're a wonderful elf.
Robert Munson.
Welcome, Mr. Munson.
Good evening. My name is Robert Munson. I am the Vice President of the Washoe Education Association. I also serve on the Nevada State Education Association Board of Directors as well. I've been an educator in this district this is going on my 27th year. I was at Pine Middle School for 5 years, and this is my 22nd year. I don't do math, thank you. 22nd year at Worcester High School as we begin the year. I am a product of Washoe County. I went to Glenn Duncan, Trainer Middle School, and Hug High School. I went to the University of Nevada, Reno. I love this district. I think that it is provides a lot of opportunities for our students. Do we have a lot of room to grow? Absolutely. And one of the reasons I serve on this board of directors is because I feel like advocating for educators, advocating for our staff, advocating for the funding for our schools is advocating for our students. We need to advocate for our students so that we have the best education opportunities, and that we as a staff and as a district are looking out for our kids. So I believe that working at the state level, at the legislature, working at the local level with the school board, partnering with you, educators, all across the board, bus drivers, school lunch workers, our counselors, everybody, speech pathologists, everybody, working together, we can provide the best opportunities for our kids. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for working with our associations, and thank you for partnering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munson.
Adrienne Connolly.
Welcome, Ms. Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Adrienne Connolly. I've been a teacher in Washoe County for 22 years. I graduated from in Vegas, sorry. But my kids went to school here. I'm very happy to say Washoe County in 2024 was voted the 5th best district in the state, so yay us. I joined the union because I was raised by a single mom who really believed in, excuse the language, put up or shut up. That if you really want to see change, then you need to make change happen. And you can't just sit around and grumble about what you want to see. So if you want to see change, and I wanted to see change. I wanted to help my students, I wanted to help my fellow colleagues, and I wanted to have my children see me make those changes and help those changes. So that's why I did it. And I'm very happy to see my children now have graduated from Reed and making those changes and seeing them making positive changes in people's lives. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Conley.
Maggie Babb.
Welcome, Ms. Babb.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Babb. I am a second grade teacher at Desert Heights Elementary School. I have taught second grade at Desert Heights for 9 years. This is my 10th year. There was 1 year I went down to first grade and I was like, nope, gotta go back up to second grade. So I've been out here for 10 years, like I said, since I graduated with my master's in Colorado and transplanted out here. But I love the community so much, and I work very hard to make sure that we are uplifting our district that I love. I am serving on the WEA, the Washoe Education Association, as the elementary director currently. The reason I got involved with that is I truly believe that public education is like the cornerstone of our democracy. It is the great equalizer for our students, and I want to do everything we can to empower our students, and we do that through empowering our teachers to advocate for what they need in order to have those good working conditions and good student conditions for students. So I appreciate you all doing the work that you've been doing and the partnerships that we've had in the past couple years, and as we continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Babb.
Kaylee Krentz. The board received emails from Kelly House and Debbie Sturgill.
All right, well, thank you all so much. That closes item 5.01 and brings me now to item 5.02, our next meeting announcement, which is going to be August 27th, 2024. And that brings me now to item 5.03, adjournment at 6:41 p.m. Thank you.